Hey, Julie, 55 shares. That's great. That's great. Okay. Gotta sign in, which I always leave to last for some reason. And one other thing I gotta do. All right, so today, Railtown's up at 26, so swell. But the bid is 25, volume 32,000. It's the low on the day is 25.7, so it's almost like they knew I was coming on almost and dropped. They can manipulate the bid, but people don't believe me. They can manipulate the whole thing. People think that the stock price is telling you something. It's just telling you that we do not have price discovery in the over-the-counter markets. No one wants to accept it, but that's how it is. Finger motion is up 3 cents at 131.45. Genius is down 64 cents. GDC down 18 cents at 4.59. Next Trip is down at 3.63. And Railtown is up half a penny now at 25.52. So somebody sold. They just had to get out of, just had to get the low on the day for 500 shares, 490 shares, 2 different trades at 25.52. That's your manipulation. But whatever. Or maybe somebody's frustrated and just decided to get out. You never really know. So we're still over 17 million shares, but less than I said yesterday. The number is lower than I said yesterday, but not, I mean, it is, but we're still above 17 million shares, which is great. And I'll add the 55 shares to it. Akira. Julius, I look forward to your live each day. You encouraged us to buy more. I am encouraging you to do that. I can't give specific advice, individual advice, because I don't know individual situations. I don't have that relationship with you. But as a strategy, as an opinion, I think you should buy every bit of Railtown as you can. There's no, at least there's no other AI investment that I'm aware of. There's a lot of them out there. But to me, that means there's a lot of missteps out there too. I mean, there were a lot of .coms, .bombs out there, and I raised money for a handful of them. And then I invested in a handful of them. And it's all fun while they're up, but when they go down, they go to zero. So spreading your capital across this whole over-the-counter space that the promoters love to get you into, they need your money. They need your money to make it work. Um, I think that's foolish. And even spreading it among, unless you really are onto something, and Ward Richardson seems to be a guy you could follow. Not that he's asking you to, but there are other AI and quantum computing companies. But for me, I feel like it would be very hard to find unless I listen to someone like Ward. Uh, I don't have a big account, so I personally, I have the limitation that I think it would be foolish to spread my position out because it's small, you know. Because I think Railtown from here, just to use round numbers, from 25 cents to $5 or 26 cents to $6 is going to give you 20x. And I think that's going to happen as soon as the story is told. And people that tell me, get angry at me and, you know, suggest you should just give up on it, or the CEO's bad, or such and such. I just don't buy it. Remember, there's a lot of people out there. There's big whales that like to get into a stock, get a big slug of stock, and then have a guy like Ham, and I'm not saying Ham, but a guy like Ham promote it up so they'll create a brand new crypto, get everybody in it. They're in first, it goes up and they get out. Those used to be called stock pools. But it's a strategy. The goal is different. They're wealthy already. They're just having a little bit of fun, and then they'll go to the poker table and play poker. Poker? Never mind that joke. So you got to remember that people's opinions are formed by different goals. And sort of what a stock pool is basically is you get in first, you get everybody excited, they run it up and you get out. The problem is you and I were told in Finger and GTII and CRTD, we were told that they're going to squeeze. So our judgment was warped because we're waiting for this squeeze, which isn't going to happen. What we should have recognized is just a stock pool. They're just pumping it up. They leave you in while everybody else that got in early gets out. And so if you want to play those stocks, listen to Ham early. And once you have some up 200%, 100%, don't get greedy. Just get out and do it the next time he has something. But I think it's a very difficult way to build an account, because all you need is one blow up, like an MMTLP or a Finger or Finger Calls or a GTII or a COSM or a Logic or a Vocal, CRCD. All you need is one of those, wipe out the bulk of your account, and all you can do is suck your thumb for the next 10 years. It's really, I think it's not diversification. There's those that think that diversifying into Next Trip or diversifying into Energy Vault or diversifying into Nixie as examples makes sense. But I would argue that people like that might be in a different position than you are. They might be comfortable. Their life is going to go on. And, you know, It's just a little bit of a, it's just a way to keep the foot in and have phone calls every day and make some money, do some trades, but it's a much more of a trading attitude. It's, someone that already is set. And that maybe most of you were set. I don't know. But personally, I don't see Energy Vault going up. I don't want to look it up. But what's it going to go up? 1x? 2x? I see risk in it. It's a highly competitive area. The margins are low. The only way they get their rates of return is by leverage. And leverage is fun when it's working, but it's a bite on the way back down. I don't know. I'm not criticizing it, but what you sit down with a pad of paper. What do you think Energy Vault's going to do over the next year? I understand the idea is next trip is going to go up 10x guaranteed. Well, is it? Is next trip going to go to $40? Maybe. Look, there's people to follow out there. Patience plays maybe, or swings, or Chris LeCoisier, both honest guys. If you want to do it. But to me, next trip also is in a highly competitive area. It's a little faddish. And if the world goes into an economic crash, and one might ask goes into, Priceline made Captain Kirk a billionaire, but he didn't sell until it was at the bottom, and he made 10 million or something. So anyway, it might be a choice, but that's 10x. If next trip goes from here to 40 some dollars, that's 10x. Railtown from 26 cents to $5 or $6 is 20x. It's 20x. And that becomes the landing on the stairwell where maybe it pauses or doesn't, but that's the new landing. And then the next direction is going to be up to the next level, whatever it is. So I don't, for me anyway, why diversify into lesser beings? I mean, if you're dating who you're in love with, why date anyone else? But people have different, people can't get out of their head training that Wall Street's given that, oh, you got to diversify. And it's the trick that these bashers use to get you to think of Railtown as just another egg in the basket, or just another, grab a bunch of clovers and maybe one will be a 4-leaf clover, but until then, they're all just the same. I don't know. You just have to be comfortable with your own choice. But I think if you listen to the people that tell you to diversify, and I'm talking about the speculative and the high risk buckets of your life. If you listen to that, you're going to miss out, I believe, on account changing returns in Railtown. The other thing is this belief that the price is telling you something. There's people that think that if news were so good at Railtown, buyers would cheat their NDAs, their standstill agreements, their whatever they signed. When you get information, the other day I spoke with the company for the first time. It was great. Awesome. 2 hours. But I didn't have to sign anything because I wasn't given material inside information. I was asked to, kind of use my judgment on, some of this could be perceived that way, but it wasn't material. So I have tried to use my judgment in what I'm saying. But the point is, everybody associated with OMERS, Mavericks, AIP, Railtown, and Extended. It's, think of everybody you know and how many other people you know because of that person. It gets 6, 8, 10 degrees of separation. And they're all bound to secrecy, basically. They're all bound. Sometime last year, you knew that AIP, the network, has 400 million in revenue. It popped up on the internet at one point, then was taken down. And I shared it with you that I had seen it on Twitter, but I never showed you from where. Well, now everybody knows that. It's in the presentation. But that was material. Hush your mouth. And worse, don't buy on the threat of going to prison like Martha Stewart, losing your monies, losing your house, losing your franchise if you're running a pool of stock. Oh, yeah, but still, if it were right, they'd be cheating, they'd be buying. All right, maybe. But, I don't know what to say to that, because that's just, you want to be negative on the stock. I think the stock price reflects 10 months, almost 11 months, and maybe 12 months, but 11 months of those NDAs and standstill agreements and non-competes, or whatever the lawyers call it, that this information we're disclosing to you, if you want to receive it, you can't buy the stock until all of this news is made public. And it's been 11 months. It's been 11 months. Now, I didn't know that TELUS was the big delay in terms of releasing news and allowing buyers. I didn't know that. I thought it was AIP. And TELUS was going to put out 1 or 2 or 3 announcements that would have rapid fire brought everybody up to speed. But my information was wrong. And I'm not one of the ones that blames people who are giving their best read of the situation. By definition, if there's going to be material non-public information, not everyone's going to know it. So I tend not to blame that, although I wish I had had access to the information. Apparently, I'm not positive, but apparently the company's been giving people like Tony. And my issue with Tony, I don't know Tony. He jumped on here when I first came out with this recommendation, trashed the recommendation, and he pointed out to you that it's got a ongoing concern clause in the filings. This is a guy trying to pretend to you he's being helpful. That's such basic, so basic. But anyway, people that don't know what they're doing. Wow, Tony, I didn't know that. William never said that. It's basic. It's in it. Anyway, let's not go down that route. What I get frustrated with, it comes at the company, at the CEO from all directions. It comes to you from all directions. And some of the participants in this huge computerized cell program, high frequency, counterfeiting, steal the market caps of every company's scam, some people don't know they're in it. But you learn if you're listening the message. One of the ways to come out, I mean, this is a guy that tells you, well, I'm just being reasonable. I just want to talk about both sides. But he comes right out of the gate and ridicules my recommendation and makes asinine warnings. I mean, it's like telling a kid, don't play with a knife. Well, I mean, depending on how old the kid is, most children know not to play with a knife, or they learn quickly. So there's some, that's what I react to. It's clear to me he's working on the basher side and the short side. Now, he might just be one of these sycophants, or that's the wrong word. One of these there's when you're in school, there's always that do-gooder person, or that one that's trying to get in good with there's a name for that, obsequious, or that's not the word either. I can't think of it right now. But the message that he's giving, maybe he just heard it from somebody else and he's regurgitating it. But why didn't he listen to the story before he trashed it? And it meant that you weren't able to buy the stock at 22, 25, 28 cents. If you listened to him, he paid 48 cents. To me, it's clear. But to others, he's a gentleman, and you gotta, and that's fine. I don't know him. It's the message. It's the campaign that makes me mad. It's just, and really smart people, we're all susceptible when we read these little warnings, because they're right. The warning's correct. And, maybe I have to just be redundant over and over again. I mean, this the whole list of the warnings. Uncertain market adoption. There is no guarantee that the market will adopt the company's technology or products, which is crucial for generating revenue. Well, that's a standard warning. But what do you know here? TELUS has partnered with them on the first data center. Funding challenges. The company may require continuous funding to sustain operations and growth. Failure to secure additional funding can lead to operational challenges or closure. There's a warning. But what do you know here? Right now they're raising money every month, small, big, medium sized, from previous financings. The investment banker in Corey was smart enough to put a short fuse warrant on every raise. They expire, you're out of luck, pal. But so people are exercising them. Of course, if any of those are above the market, they won't get exercised. And maybe the ones in the United States might not either. I've been having a hell of a time, literally 3 years worth of effort, trying to get a certificate into my account. And it just goes on and on and on. The whole system is set up so that you do everything electronically, because the whole system has become fractional reserve banking, writ security. Securities are now on a fractional reserve security system. They don't want you to know it, but it's there. And then they use their computers to crush the stock, and then they make fun of a guy who's trying to come up with an idea works, as if I'm able to fight that. I've been one of the ones telling you that that crap goes on. It's all circular. And that's, to me, what Tony represents. Regulatory risks. Navigating regulatory environments can be complex. No shit. No shite. And costly. Unforeseen regulatory hurdles can delay or derail product launches and operations. Wow, man. Never thought of that, man. Wow. Operational risks. Startups often lack the robust operational infrastructure of established companies, which can lead to inefficiencies, production delays, and scalability issues. Well, what do you know about Railtown? What's their secret power? What's their superpower? Scalability. It's baked right into all the software they build. One of the companies they sold to Microsoft, not Railtown, but the founders, they came in to buy the company, buy the software. And Corey was up in front of them making a presentation on what fascinated Corey about this software. And wow, we did this and that. He's going on and on. And their eyes are glazing over. Say, yeah, that's great. We're going to buy you. We don't need to hear anymore. He's embarrassed. He's like, wait a minute, this is what I'm proud of. This is my baby. Say, yeah, but you don't get it. You don't get it. The reason we want to buy your software is it scales. When we buy it from you, we can put it in the Microsoft system and we can immediately put a fire hose on it, and you can adopt everything we give you. And that's how Railtown was built, to scale. But that's a risk here. Another risk in intellectual property issues. Protecting intellectual property can be challenging and expensive. I've always said that to you. There is also risk of IP disputes and infringement claims. But they started early. They wrote a white paper 6 years ago, and they packed it with IP protections, with lawyers. But there's always a risk. Dependence on key personnel. The success of Railtown heavily relies on the capability and stability of its management team. Now, there's people out there, some from Puerto Rico, some from Florida, some from Washington State, that think Corey is terrible. I don't agree, but if you want to judge a CEO on 6 to 10 months of stock price performance instead of having the vision 6 years ago and then building that plan out and being ready to go, almost a perfect storm, then you judge them for 6 months. Everybody has different ways of doing it. Corey has been building, and Marwan have been building software ever since software came out of a dark room down the hallway with big beeps and blops and tubes. And then you just had a little thing that interfaced with the mainframe. Ever since then, he's been writing software. That's all he's ever done. But if he got hit by a truck, I hope not. I shouldn't have even said that. I hope I didn't. But things that would be difficult. Although the product's already created, the agreement's already made with TELUS, and there's Marwan, and there's the whole staff of software engineers who probably are better, but we don't know, but they may be better than the engineers that Line Chain is trying to go get in bidding wars to hire with the $125 million that Sequoia et al. Gave them. Competitive landscape. The tech industry is highly competitive. Larger established companies with more resources can outcompete Railtown, or new competitors can emerge. Yes, that's right. That's right. And what if they came out during the 6 to 10 months that that AIP held everything up? Valid question. But it also seems this TELUS thing, which is bigger than anything you could imagine in terms of proving the concept, proving commerciability. It's a lot like the gold company that many of you invested in. There's 1 billion to 2 billion tons of resource, tons. There might be more, but call it 2 billion tons. They've proven up less than 10% of that number. So skeptical people are going to say, well, I don't believe you got 2 billion. Well, what it takes is, and that's part of the use of the proceeds, is to drill out some of the exact same material. But what happens just on the smaller amount that's so-called proven, and the reason I put brackets on it, that was done by third party, I guess basically 15 years ago. I don't think that study will hold up in a buyout negotiation. Whoever comes to buy the company or to joint venture with it are going to do their own process again. I'm sure it'll pass, but that's why I put the brackets there. But just on the 174 million tons that have been proven up out of 2.5, it used to be they had more acreage in their prospect. It's a huge, it's almost unfathomable how big it is. But out of that 174 million, they were able to produce in pretty standard way 0.038 ounces of gold per ton. Well, people aren't going to really believe that until you produce it in a pilot plant and you weigh the gold. Every day you get gold. And then they go, aha. Until then, you have to trust white papers, you have to trust results, you have to trust people telling you things. But once, let's call it Wall Street, once Wall Street sees 30 days in a row of pilot plant production, or 90 days, and they get a smoothed average of the gold that comes each day, all of a sudden they go, aha, I could have had a V8. So the pilot plant is now telling me that they're getting 0.04, it's actually might be a little higher, using this caustic fusion method on 174 million tons. 0.04 times 174 million. That's actually 7 million ounces of gold, not 6,960,000. Any idiot sitting at his desk, we all know men are the idiots. That's what television teaches us. Any idiot sitting at his desk is going to say, okay, let's pull out the test, not the test, well, we can put this test results to the side, but we can look at them. But now let's pull out the production results for 90 days, look at the smoothed average. All right, it's a little bit over 0.04. I think it's 0.04 Might be 0.043. Anyway, it's in the document, but just call it 0.04. All right, we'll pull that. Now, let's pull out the results of the drill, and if we just look at the old results and just assume they didn't do any more drilling, well, that's 174 million tons of sand that get 0.04 ounces per ton of gold. That's 7 million ounces of gold. At 4,500 an ounce, that's 30 billion in top line revenue. 30 billion. Anybody can do that arithmetic. And that's the same thing here. Once Railtown is on top of Tellus's data center, even someone as skeptical, I think it's part of a message, as the Tiger, could sit down and go, now, wait a minute. Just like he trashed it before, all of a sudden the light bulb will go on and he'll tell you he's long at 48 cents, by the way. So you're telling me this data center has unlimited capacity, considering that you doubled up every NVIDIA machine and you've got three more coming online, one right away, but you don't even need those. It's got essentially unlimited capacity. It can handle all of Canada. Well, I guess I'm skeptical. I prefer to do my own due diligence. I don't know what I'm talking about, but in this new field, the Tiger, understand software better than people that have been in software development all of their lives, because I like my own due diligence. Okay, fine. So maybe he doesn't accept that data center can handle all of the AI processing needs of Canada. That's what I was told. Maybe it's a smaller number than that. But surely he's going to be able to say to himself, you're so smart and you're so wise and you are so careful and you take time to warn everybody about William, but then you do get hurt feelings when William fights back, but you're just trying to be reasonable. You're just having a conversation. Guys, you don't hear it over and over. It's the same message that all these bloody people give. Maybe he's the exception, and somehow he stumbled into this script all on his own. I don't know. But even he will be able to say, all right, I am going to limit my estimate of what this data center can do to what the CEO stated in the third quarter, $2 billion. You can catch me out there, because I don't know if that revenue is all from the data center, but I can't imagine what else it's from. What is it? They go by every developer's desk and give them a back rub. I don't know. It's got to be the data centers. But Darren Entwistle used the term revenues from something like revenues from enabling AI. Sounds like the data center. But anyway, even a guy like the Tiger can say, all right, he's telling us $2 billion in revenue within 2 years just from that on this one data center. And I would think he would assume that Darren Entwistle knows his own clientele. And I assume the Tiger would be able to calculate, based on Dr. Tom Core's interview with the excellent Rebecca Kurzweil, it's over 100 million that they're spending at other hyperscalers, and they're going to move it over. And I think the Tiger, maybe at the end of the first quarter, maybe at the end of the second quarter this year, he's going to be able to look at it, and he's going to say, Tiger, we now know that based on, pick a number. We don't know what the revenue will be that they're projecting, but pick a number. We now know after the first or second quarter, based on the scalability and the ramp up, let's say it's 500 million comes in as revenue. Once it's locked in, it'll stay 500 million and growing. And let's say that's visible by March or April. It can ramp very quickly. Or I might be way off. I don't know what it is right now. I'm saying that once it's announced, the Tiger can look at it, and then he'll say, oh, and this part I'm making up now. But who knows? Maybe after the second quarter, they have projected annual revenues of 500 million. I don't know, but let's just use that number. And then he sees what the revenues come. That's at TELUS, because he does his own due diligence. He can go to the TELUS conference call, see the gross, and maybe it's broken out into the data centers. And then he goes to Railtown and he goes, well, I learned down at Texas Tech in my econ class that the way to figure out percentages, I take the smaller number and divide it by the bigger. I should do it. And he plugs it in, and maybe it's 20%, the one I use. Maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower. Again, right now I don't know it. All I can do is project it. But once he has that, doubting Tiger, he'll say, well, wait a minute. All right, so they got 500 million that came across. I mean, it's already 800 million, but I guess I'm saying 500 new that came across TELUS, and then it shows up here in Railtown's revenue is 100 million. Wow. So if I take 100 million, divide it by 500 million, comes out to 20%. So back at Texas Tech, professor of Economics 101 taught me, if I use that number in my projections and I can extrapolate that they're going to go to 2 billion, because Entwistle says so, and maybe by then it's higher, that means their Railtown's revenue could grow to 400 million from that one data center over the next 2 years from the clientele which TELUS provides. Who TELUS provides? He can, I don't know that it'll be broken out, but he'll be able to look at what the progress is on moving the network companies over. He'll take, I assume it'll be discussed in the management discussion or in the numbers of the subsidiary. Let's just say they get 100 million in process by the second quarter. I don't think they'll break out the revenue. Maybe they won't. But he might use that 20% on that. He says, wow. So from the management discussion here says they've moved over 100 companies and they got 100 million in revenue. At 20%, they're making 20 million from the purchase of AI partners, and which essentially pays for itself. But they say here that the company base has now grown to whatever, 250 companies. What if I do some extrapolations? I learned how to do that in I don't know, economic theory 201. Let me do that. And he'll be able at that time to make projections, and he'll feel comfortable with them because now he knows. But you know what? The stock will be 15 bucks. Could be higher. So right now, you're asked by me to consider, I guess, three things. One, that this stock has been destroyed by the manipulations of a bunch of criminals. Okay, fine. We know that. Happens to every stock. But you don't want to accept it here, but it's happened here, in my opinion. And it's ongoing. Two, that information isn't out there, the story's not out there. And three, eventually the story will be out in such a way that the tiger can come out, lick his paw, and smooth his shoulder and tell you how smart he is. But by that time, the stock's up 20x. Maybe I don't know what if it goes to $8 divided by 0.26, it's up 30x. But then he'll be telling you, wow, this is, and it will be exciting. I think it will still be exciting at $8. So anyway, the risks are here, but that's why you get the big return, if you're right. If you wait for some of there's known as, what's his DAC head used to say, there's known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. If you wait for the known unknowns to be defined, and maybe some of the unknown unknowns, but certainly the known unknowns to be defined before you act, you don't get the reward. So it's all about trying to project as best you can with the information you have. And when on top of it, the fingers on the thumb to the total destruction of stock prices by these thieves, and none of the buyers that would help convince you of the story can buy. They know the story, they just can't buy. You're left dumbfounded. Well, I mean, it's a choice. Diversify, own a bunch of it so that maybe one of those other stocks goes up a bit. And when Railtown, in my judgment, gives you 30x in a blink of a few weeks or a few months, couple of months, just satisfy yourself, well, I did the right thing. I was diversified. You're not diversified. It's to diversify would be to own these crappy stocks, which you're going to lose, to own silver at 25, 28, now 80, to protect against an investment, say in a private deal like the gold company. That's diverse, or to own a house, or own an apple orchard, or own a football team. That's diversification. Diversification. I make money from my what do you call those, strip mall real estate. I have some money coming in from the laundromats I own. I have some money coming in from my oil wells. I have some money coming in as residual over from my, my first hit record. That's diversification. Spreading money out across a bunch of Charm Boy stocks is not diversification. It just isn't. But they want you to think it is, because they don't quit. They want all your money. All right, economic conditions. Startups are particularly vulnerable to economic downturns, which can have an impact on their ability to raise capital, sell products, and achieve sustainable growth. Product development risks. The company may face technical challenges in a developing market and developing its product, leading to delays or failures to meet. There's some risks. Bet you never heard those from Tom, but if he knew about them, he'd tell them all to you. But all those risks are reasonably checked off of your list. You have information, not that no one else doesn't have. Some very powerful investors have the information, but you have information that you can act on and they can't. And then you have information and knowledge, because of having to listen to me every bleeding day, that Bay Street hasn't heard yet, that Wall Street hasn't heard yet, that the city hasn't heard yet. Developers, when they start, they're already using Railtown, but when they start signing up and companies sign up to the TELUS data center, remember, they're going to go to the data center because it's electrical costs, it's electricity. I'm making up the number. It's half price. It's significantly cheaper, whatever it is, because of hydropower. And then its computational power is lightning fast compared to other hyperscalers, because it's all NVIDIA's latest chip. They're not on order. They're not coming next year. They were ordered, they were paid for, and they're installed. So the speed of processing lowers the cost too. You spend less time paying for the usage of that big computer. They're going to come for that. It's cheaper. They're going to come to that data center because it's cheaper and it provides more productivity and efficiency. Same words. It's cheaper. That's why they're going to come. But when they come, the doorman asking for their ID is going to be Railtown. Hey, you want to come in? You can use whoever you want. You can go down to that other bar, use their doorman. But essentially, if you're coming in here, we don't know that for a fact yet. So these are things we're going to learn. But from all the evidence, Canada, that's your evidence. Canada, everything is sovereign AI Canada. So it's TELUS. I think it's going to be Cohere. We'll learn. And out of all those agentic AI, ADKs, orchestration frameworks, and there's probably 2 or 3 dozen companies doing it. There's 2 that you've heard of, Google ADK and LangChain. But you just heard of LangChain because they announced their financing in October. Most of the world hadn't heard of them. Developers had for a little while. There's plenty of room for Railtown. But I think you're going to find out that Railtown's Canadian and the others aren't. So it just, you put these pieces together, you've got a sovereign AI strategy, a sovereign hyperscaler, TELUS, a sovereign large language model, Cohere, we don't know that for sure, and a sovereign orchestration framework, ADK, in rail engine, conductor, and rail tracks. Sounds like that's going to be they got to go through Railtown to get to the cheap TELUS data center. They're going to come for NVIDIA, for the hydropower, for the inexpensive nature of the data center. And they're going to stay for Railtown. You know all that. But you look at the stock price and you go, oh my gosh, and you listen to these twits. It's down from 69 cents. People tell me that the tiger was right. He was right and you were wrong. He bought it at 48 cents. You got to think through, why are you in the stock? I suggest to you the reason you should be in the stock is you're about to experience some part of this AI metamorphosis. I'm going to play a little bit for you, but it's almost AI on top of AI, but it's huge, and you're going to participate in that. Now the question is, do you participate? Obviously, there's still risks. There always are, but do you participate up to the point the company gets sold? I think by definition that's true. I don't think Railtown's going to be a unicorn, so it's not going to be the next whatever the next. Is Cohere independent? It's not going to be the next Cohere. It could, I think, and maybe it will, but I think that they're going to sell themselves, because however good their team is, to keep up with everybody, they're going to need the resources of Microsoft and their. Look, I think it's going to be Microsoft. Microsoft software kits built the world. Software eats the world. Microsoft served it up on the trays. They don't want to lose that position. And I'm not saying Railtown is a threat to them, but they don't want somebody else getting Railtown, and they don't have their own ADKs pretty much. They don't have Google ADK. They could buy LangChain, I suppose. They could buy both of them, LangChain and Railtown. But why? I think Railtown's better. So you know all that. You know all that. So you have information perhaps other people don't have, but the people that matter who do have it can't act on it. You can act on it. So that's how I see it. 49,000 shares today. Last trade, 10,938 shares at $25.99. Are you out of your mind? $29.99? $25.99. Oh, my eyesight. $25.99. I don't know if that's a buy or a sell. I want to show you something. I won't torture you, but I do want to show it to you. And this is all because Ward Richardson is a mensch.
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Hello, Las Vegas! Happy New Year! Welcome to CES. Well, we have about 15 keynotes worth of material to pack in here. I'm so happy to see all of you. You got 3,000 people in this auditorium. There's 2,000 people in the courtyard watching us. There's another 1,000 people apparently in the fourth floor where there's supposed to be NVIDIA show floors, all watching this keynote. And of course, millions around the world are going to be watching this to kick off this new year. Well, every 10 to 15 years, the computer industry resets. A new platform shift happens. From mainframe to PC, PC to internet, internet to cloud, cloud to mobile. Each time, the world of applications target a new platform. That's why it's called a platform shift. You write new applications for a new computer. Except this time, there are two simultaneous platform shifts, in fact, happening at the same time. While we now move to AI, applications are now going to be built on top of AI. At first, people thought AIs are applications. And in fact, AIs are applications, but you're going to build applications on top of AIs. But in addition to that, how you run the software, how you develop the software fundamentally changed. The entire five-layer stack of the computer industry is being reinvented. You no longer program the software, you train the software. You don't run it on CPUs, you run it on GPUs. And whereas applications were pre-recorded, pre-compiled, and run on your device, now applications understand the context and generate every single pixel, every single token, completely from scratch every single time. Computing has been fundamentally reshaped as a result of accelerated computing, as a result of artificial intelligence. Every single layer of that five-layer cake is now being reinvented. Well, what that means is some $10 trillion or so of the last decade of computing is now being modernized to this new way of doing computing. What that means is hundreds of billions of dollars, a couple of $100 billion of VC funding each year is going into modernize and inventing this new world. And what it means is $100 trillion of industry, several percent of which is R&D budget, is shifting over to artificial intelligence. People ask, where's the money coming from? That's where the money is coming from. The modernization of AI to AI, the shifting of R&D budgets from classical methods to now artificial intelligence methods. Enormous amounts of investments coming into this industry, which explains why we're so busy. And this last year was no difference. This last year was incredible. This last year, there's a slide coming. This is what happens when you don't practice. This is the first keynote of the year. I hope it's your first keynote of the year. Otherwise, you've been pretty busy. This is our first keynote of the year. We're going to get the spider webs out. And so 2025 was an incredible year. It seems like everything was happening all at the same time. And in fact, it probably was. The first thing, of course, is scaling laws. In 2015, the first language model that I thought was really going to make a difference made a huge difference. It was called BERT. 2017, Transformers came. It wasn't until 5 years later, 2022, that ChatGPT moment happened, and it awakened the world to the possibilities of artificial intelligence. Something very important happened a year after that. The first O1 model from ChatGPT, the first reasoning model, completely revolutionary. invented this idea called test time scaling, which is a very commonsensical thing. Not only do we pre-train a model to learn, we post-train it with our reinforcement learning so that it can learn skills. And now we also have test time scaling, which is another way of saying thinking. You think in real time. Each one of these phases of artificial intelligence requires an enormous amount of compute. And the computing law continued to scale. Large language models continue to get better. Meanwhile, another breakthrough happened. And this breakthrough happened in 2024. Agentic systems started to emerge. In 2025, it started to proliferate just about everywhere. Agentic models that have the ability to reason, look up information, do research, use tools, plan futures, simulate outcomes, all of a sudden started to solve very, very important problems. One of my favorite agentic models is called Cursor, which revolutionized the way we do software programming at NVIDIA. Agentic systems are going to really take off from here. Of course, there were other types of AI. We know that large language models isn't the only type of information. Wherever the universe has information, wherever the universe has structure, we could teach a large language model, a form of language model, to go understand that information, to understand its representation, and to turn that into an AI. One of the biggest, most important one is physical AI. AIs that understand the laws of nature. And then, of course, physical AIs is about AIs interacting with the world, but the world itself has information, encoded information, and that's called AI physics. AI that, in the case of physical AI, you have AI that interacts with the physical world, and you have AI physics, AI that understands the laws of physics. And then lastly, one of the most important things that happened last year, the advancement of open models. We can now know that AI is going to proliferate everywhere when open source, when open innovation, when innovation across every single company and every industry around the world is activated at the same time. Open models really took off last year. In fact, last year, we saw the advance of DeepSeek R1, the first open model that's a reasoning system. It caught the world by surprise, and it activated literally this entire movement. It's really, really exciting work. We're so happy with it. Now we have open model systems all over the world of all different kinds, and we now know that open models have also reached the frontier. Still solidly 6 months behind the frontier models, but every single 6 months, a new model is emerging, and these models are getting smarter and smarter. Because of that, you can see the number of downloads has exploded. The number of downloads is growing so fast because startups want to participate in the AI revolution. Large companies want to, researchers want to, students want to, just about every single country wants to. How is it possible that intelligence, the digital form of intelligence, will leave anyone behind? And so open models has really revolutionized artificial intelligence last year. This entire industry is going to be reshaped as a result of that. Now, we had this inkling some time ago. You might have heard that several years ago, we just started to build and operate our own AI supercomputers. We call them DGX clouds. A lot of people ask, are you going into the cloud business? The answer is no. We're building these DGX supercomputers for our own use. Well, it turns out we have billions of dollars of supercomputers in operation so that we could develop our open models. I am so pleased with the work that we're doing. It is starting to attract attention all over the world and all over the industries because we are doing frontier AI model work in so many different domains. The work that we did in proteins, in digital biology, La Proteina to be able to synthesize and generate proteins, OpenFold 3 to understand the structure of proteins, EVO2, how to understand and generate multiple proteins, otherwise the beginnings of cellular representation. Earth-2, AI that understands the laws of physics. The work that we did with ForecastNet, the work that we did with Cordiv, really revolutionized the way that people are doing weather prediction. Nemotron, we're now doing groundbreaking work there. the first hybrid transformer SSM model that's incredibly fast and therefore can think for a very long time, or can think very quickly with that for not a very long time, and produce very, very smart, intelligent answers. Nemotron 3 is groundbreaking work, and you can expect us to deliver other versions of Nemotron 3 in the near future. Cosmos, a frontier open world foundation model, one that understands how the world works. Groot, a humanoid robotic system, articulation, mobility, locomotion. These models, these technologies are now being integrated, and in each one of these cases, open to the world. Frontier humanoid robotics models open to the world. And then today, we're going to talk a little bit about Alpamayo, the work that we've been doing in self-driving cars. Not only do we open source the models, we also open source the data that we use to train those models. Because in that way, only in that way, can you truly trust how the models came to be. We open source all the models. We help you make derivatives from them. We have a whole suite of libraries. We call the NEMO libraries, physics NEMO libraries, and the Clara NEMO libraries, each bio NEMO libraries. Each one of these libraries are life cycle management systems of AIs, so that you could process the data, you could generate data, you could train the model, you could create the model, evaluate the model, guardrail the model, all the way to deploying the model. Each one of these libraries are incredibly complex, and all of it is open source. And so now on top of this platform, NVIDIA is a frontier AI model builder, and we build it in a very special way. We build it completely in the open so that we can enable every company, every industry, every country to be part of this AI revolution. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we're doing there. In fact, if you notice the charts, the chart shows that our contribution to this industry is bar none. And you're going to see us, in fact, continue to do that, if not accelerate. These models are also world-class. All systems are down. This never happens in Santa Clara. Is it because of Las Vegas? Somebody must have won a jackpot outside. All systems are down. Okay, I think my system's still down, but that's okay. I'll make it up as I go. And so not only are these models frontier capable, not only are they open, they're also top the leaderboards. This is an area where we're very proud. They top leaderboards in intelligence. We have important models that understand multimodality documents, otherwise known as PDFs. The most valuable content in the world are captured in PDFs. But it takes artificial intelligence to find out what's inside, interpret what's inside, and help you read it. And so our PDF retrievers, our PDF parsers are world-class. Our speech recognition models, absolutely world-class. Our retrieval models, basically search, semantic search, AI search, the database engine of the modern AI era, world-class. So we're on top of leaderboards constantly. This is an area we're very proud of. And all of that is in service of your ability to build AI agents. This is really a groundbreaking area of development. You know, at first when ChatGPT came out, people said, you know, gosh, it produced really interesting results, but it hallucinated greatly. And the reason why it hallucinated, of course, it could memorize everything in the past, but it can't memorize everything in the future, in the current. And so it needs to be grounded in research. It has to do fundamental research before it answers a question. The ability to reason about, do I have to do research? Do I have to use tools? How do I break up a problem into steps? Each one of these steps, something that the AI model knows how to do. And together, it is able to compose it into a sequence of steps to perform something it's never done before, never been trained to do. This is the wonderful capability of reasoning. We can encounter a circumstance we've never seen before and break it down into circumstances and knowledge or rules that we know how to do because we've experienced it in the past. And so the ability for AI models now to be able to reason, incredibly powerful. The reasoning capability of the agents opened the doors to all of these different applications. We no longer have to train an AI model to know everything on day one, just as we don't have to know everything on day one. That we should be able to, in every circumstance, reason about how to solve that problem. Large language models has now made this fundamental leap. The ability to use reinforcement learning and chain of thought, and, search and planning and all these different techniques in reinforcement learning has made it possible for us to have this basic capability. And it's also now completely open sourced. But the thing that's really terrific is another breakthrough that happened. And the first time I saw it was with Ervin's Perplexity. Perplexity, the search company, the AI search company, really innovative company. And the first time I realized they were using multiple models at the same time, I thought it was completely genius. Of course we would do that. Of course an AI would also call upon all of the world's great AIs to solve the problem it wants to solve at any part of the reasoning chain. And this is the reason why AIs are really multimodal, meaning they understand speech and images and text and videos and 3D graphics and proteins. It's multimodal. It's also multi-model, meaning that it should be able to use any model that best fits the task. It is multi-cloud by definition, therefore, because these AI models are sitting in all these different places. And it also is hybrid cloud. Because if you're an enterprise company or you built a robot or whatever that device is, sometimes it's at the edge, sometimes the radio cell tower, maybe sometimes it's in an enterprise, or maybe it's a place where a hospital where you need to have the data in real time right next to you. Whatever those applications are, we know now this is what an AI application looks like in the future. Or another way to think about that, because future applications are built on AIs, this is the basic framework of future applications. This basic framework, this basic structure of agentic AIs that could do the things that I'm talking about, that is multi-model, has now turbocharged AI startups of all kinds. And now you can also, because of all of the open models and all the tools that we provided you, you could also customize your AIs to teach your AI skills that nobody else is teaching. Nobody else is causing their AI to become intelligent or smart in that way. You could do it for yourself. And that's the work that we do with Nemotron, Nemo, and all of the things that we do with open models is intended to do. You put a smart router in front of it, and that router is essentially a manager that decides which one of the tasks, based on the intention of the prompts that you give it, which one of the models is best fit for that application, for that solving that problem. Okay, so now, when you think about this architecture, what do you have? When you think about this architecture, all of a sudden you have an AI that's on the one hand, completely customizable by you. Something that you could teach to do your own very skills for your company. Something that's domain secret. Something where you have deep domain expertise. Maybe you've got all of the data that you need to train that AI model. On the other hand, your AI is always at the frontier by definition. You're always at the frontier on the one hand, you're always customized on the other hand, and it should just run. And so we thought we would make the simplest of examples to make it available to you. This entire framework we call a blueprint. And we have blueprints that are integrated into enterprise SaaS platforms all over the world. And we're really pleased with the progress. But what we do is show you a short example of something that anybody can do.
Let's build a personal assistant. I want it to help me with my calendar, emails, to-do list.
All right. That's enough. There's more. That's 20 minutes. It's an hour and a half. But it's a lot to absorb. I'll show you more, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And then you may have questions. I certainly do. For example, are they competing with their own customers? I don't know, but it's a question. All right, Julie Kim, good morning. I bought 55 more shares. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Um, I think I already said this one, Julius. I look forward to it too, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Fast Eddie, good day, dollar bill. Yeah, they used to call me that. They called me a lot of things. They still do, apparently. Um, Justin Babish, yesterday you said you wanted to play a video for us. Is something Mr. Richards was talking about. I think, I didn't have this video yesterday. I can't remember if I had something in mind yesterday, but yes, this is the video that Mr. Richardson recommended. And uh, I think it's a lot to absorb. I haven't even watched it all the way through. I've watched the beginning now 3 times, and it goes on to talk about AI on top of AI, and I hope by the end of it, it gets into what his chips do at the data centers. But what I gleaned from that beginning is just what I was trying to explain to you. Translating a lot of different sources from Altucher, James Altucher in, I don't know, May, to the Morgan Stanley analyst in May, to what you read, and then what I learned by speaking with Corey. I like that description that it's platforms, but you don't know what to call anything. But remember, you guys don't remember, but it used to be, and I studied. Was it Fortran? Oh, I hated it. I hated it, where we had to make decks of cards. I just hated it, but I did it. Um, but it used to be that your computers were, I think, either in a building or down the hall. And it became the personal computer, which evolved adaptations. And there was an aspect where Microsoft became the only trusted source of software. I don't know how they accomplished that, but they did. And then for personal use, and then Apple was slow at first, and now I don't know. They're not. Apple's not as big at all as big as Microsoft in software, but I mean in the tools, the software development toolkits. But I would say Apple and Google compete with Microsoft pretty well now, and I don't know about Linux and others. But anyway, so you had the PCs, then it went to uh, all the internet. Basically, it went to the internet, and all the changes. The fax machine came onto the computer, and that was revolutionary. And all these things happened. But you had the big run up in the internet stocks at the end of the 90s, and then a crash. But several became the giants of today. And then you had cloud computing. I don't know if that, when that became what we know today, but it started sometime over the last decade. And you had the iPhone and the iPad and which started with Palm a long time ago. And then, as he was explaining, which I don't fully understand, you had ChatGPT, which apparently uh, really pushed the boundaries and woke everyone up. And then you had this DeepSeek, which I can't understand uh, why that's so great, but it is another revolution. And he's going to get to the point, which I'll play for you later, where it's AI on top of AI, basically. And it's just incredible what's ahead. And so the thing is that the doubtsters, the tiger will tell you, well, just wait 2 years. I don't know what I don't know. Most tigers, when they go after something, they pounce. They don't sit there for 2 years, but I don't know. Uh, it doesn't seem like this is going to be around in 2 years. I don't know that it's going to be around in 6 months. Alan Weiss, any thoughts on the progress of MMTLP? Well, you must have something in mind, so let me look up NextBridge. Well, I don't know what you're talking about specifically, but I did speak with Greg McCabe, uh, I think last week, but it could be the week before. It was, anyway, let's say within the last 2 weeks. And that first news there, NextBridge Hydrocarbons announces completion of amended financial statements. What's important there is he knew and he predicted early on that it was going to be expensive and take a lot of time. And he didn't quit. He got it done. And so the next step is to get the current financial statements filed, and then they'll be able to raise money. A couple of points on that. One is that he's fully aware now what the criminals do, we call them the shorts. I don't think shorting even describes the magnitude of what they do. But obviously it's a big part of it. So he spent that money himself, and he hasn't quit, and he's not going to quit. We didn't really talk about the Ora Grande. Maybe there's some progress there. I don't know, but I didn't want to discuss something. We did briefly talk about it, that that they've attacked the company, attacked that whole thing, but we didn't really get into where it stands. I personally, based on a previous discussion with him, I don't think the Ora Grande is a dead issue. I think it can come back and be alive again. On the other hand, it's going to take time. He's never said it. I don't think he said it to me, but he may, at their data rooms, they may have let out some of the information, which is too bad. But it's weird. Sometimes people have information, they still don't act. So I have hopes that they'll be able to put the Ora Grande back to use. The other thing is, in that announcement, they said that the Panther called, so they didn't answer. The Panther prospect was non-commercial, it was a dry hole. And they move on to the Valentine prospect in La Fourche Parish. The Valentine, Bronco, and other Wildcat special purpose vehicle acquisitions all remain key assets with the potential to become substantial and provide reserves with a large impact to the company. I think, Alan, that um, um, something's happening to my phone. I think I don't know what I want to tell you. I these I've participated in and raised money for and been involved in companies that drill for these deep targets, specifically in southern Louisiana. And it's the key thing to understand about the Gulf is just because the ocean crashes against the shore where it is today, all those big finds out in the Gulf of Mexico, they're not all big, but they're out there. It doesn't stop at the shoreline. It comes in. One of the reasons they do a lot of the drilling and a lot of the success in the Gulf is you can run seismic over a broad area without the interference of a highway, of a construction site, of parking lots, supermarkets, farming, tractors, property rights being broken up. It's, I suppose, in a way, it's cheaper and it's easier. But they do run seismic in southern Louisiana. I've seen it. I've been out in those marshes, and they when I first got to where I was learning all this stuff, the data, I think it was called SciTel that would run the processing of seismic data, came in the big truck. Now it's all up, I think it's all up in the cloud. So I think there's been improvements in the ability to process seismic data. And so I would expect, I don't remember how many Wildcat, I assume they're all Wildcat, these deep targets, how many they're going after. But I assume they've chosen them carefully, and they probably were on somebody else's project desk before we went into this long period of time where the idiocy that we're not going to use oil after 2035 delayed funding, plus oil prices delayed it, plus the miracle, I guess, of the shale revolution delayed a lot of this. Because all the money went to horizontal drilling and fracking. So anyway, these I'm sure are good projects. I don't know, if he has 10 of them and they each have a 7% chance of success, everybody gives you a different number on Wildcats. 20%, 10%, 5%. I like 7%. I don't know. It could be 10%, could be 15%. But let's say you have 10 of them, and you're going to drill all of them, and they each have a 7% chance of success. That doesn't mean you've got a 70% chance of success over that whole suite of projects, unfortunately. Each time you drill, it's a 7% chance of success. I don't know, this might be higher. I didn't ask him that. These might have, they might be offsets, they might have existing production higher up, or they might be a twin well, sister well to something that's nearby, or I don't know. But I would, in general, believe that they are high-risk wells. But you know what Greg's done, and this is what I think is exciting about NextBridge, is he's used all he's ever done is oil and gas. And so he uses his ability to raise money to go in and buy into one of these projects that is seeking funding. And everyone sells them down. It's not a question of, well, if it's so great, why aren't they just doing it all to themselves? It is high risk. So everyone sells down every project because the key is to stay in the game. It's like playing poker, I suppose. So anyway, he goes and buys them as a working interest partner or as somebody that's going to fund his own way. And then he sells that onward. He further sells that. And I think that's what's happened here. You buy it there when you're buying at a certain price, when the money's being put together, that's a lower valuation. Once the money's all put together and the permits in place and the drill, the rig is on getting close, it's been selected and it's on the calendar and it's going to be drilled, that value goes up. And certainly other people are interested. There's less time value of money. So he sells it onward, giving the responsibility to fund that portion of the well to somebody else. And then he gets the rest for free. And the way I remember some of these, he would sell the shallow rights and keep the deep. But anyway, every deal's different. My point is, as far as I know, these wells are being drilled with other people's money. So if it's successful, it's not costing any money. To see that the Panther prospect didn't work, it's not a surprise. These are wildcat wells. But it didn't cost us any money. So if the Valentine prospect works, I don't know I haven't seen anything on it. I don't know anything about any of these. But to my memory, I don't have maps or seismic or, reserve projections. I've never seen them. But what I remember from previous press releases and discussions, they're targeting 2 or 3 trillion cubic feet each time they drill. That doesn't mean one well will produce all that. But just to give you, I don't know. If you find 2 trillion cubic feet, I don't know what they give natural gas in the ground now. I've been away from it. It used to be $1 or $2, but gas is cheap. It might be 50 cents in the ground. I don't know. But if one well can prove it, essentially, because the pressures And if they they'll do a production test, and they can do some volumetrics calculations. But let's say they come up with 2 or 3 trillion cubic feet, and there might be some oil too. In the ground, that's worth something. If it's 3 trillion at, I guess at 50 cents, you got 1.5 trillion of an asset in the ground that you didn't have before. Now, I don't know his percentage on each one, but I don't think it's big. But if you own, let's just use 5% of 1.5 trillion, it's a big number. Yeah, it's just a big number. Let me just see. And I might be being, too rosy, but it's not impossible that they could discover that much. It would be something like 75 million in the ground, 75 million to Nextbridge. And I don't remember, I think the number of shares they have out is 225 million, and they're going to issue, it was 165, and then call it 200. They're going to raise money with, that's a separate topic. Call it 250,000 shares outstanding. That's 30 cents a share in the ground. But realistically, what'll happen is Greg will stay in that well. He won't sell it. They'll start producing the well, and you get I don't know the decline curves of the deep wells, but I would assume you would get most of your natural gas produced. I don't think it declines like the shallow wells, but I don't know that. But I think you would get, half of that, the TCF produced maybe in the first 5 years, maybe in the first 7 years. It's skewed to the beginning. On the horizontal wells and the shallow verticals, you typically get most of your production in the first 12 to 18 months. So you'll decline 75 to 85% during that time. I don't think this is that fast, but they can decline in 2 years, 1.5 years, 2.5 years. It all depends on what they find. But my point is, I'm using 50 cents in the ground. Well, that's not what natural gas is selling for. And I don't know if he kept an override or a working interest. My presumption is he kept an override, but we don't know. But let's assume it's an override. If the company nets, that whoever the operator is, nets, let's say, I don't know, $1.50 after transportation costs, that one well could lead to $1 a share in cash flow over the next 2 or 3 years in total. And it could be much better than that. But it also gives the company an asset to borrow against, an asset which the share price should go up, but the shorts will continue to hit the stock. I hope he never takes it public. Anyway, it's very exciting. And if they got one of those, they could then participate in the other wells. And, I'm being very simplistic because one well isn't going to produce all of that. You have to drill at other wells. But they never have to put up money. They never have to put up money. I think it's really exciting. One of those wells could, even with a low ownership, could be a company maker. But it could certainly start NextBridge on the way to cash flow allows you to do other things and participate in other projects. And that's why I think NextBridge could be a $5 or $10 or $15 stock in the next cycle. But it's going to take time. It'll take 3, 4, 5 years. But it could happen more quickly. It all depends on what deals. You can do accretive deals. So anyway, I think it's exciting. That drilling program has a lot of upside. But you could end up 10 wells in a row could be 0, and then the next 2 do it. You never know. But he's not having to come up with the drilling funds. So failures are not going to threaten the company. The other thing we talked about is the offering. Once the filing is done, he is going to raise money. And of course, I said, I hope you don't sell stock to the shorts. And I think he's going to do his best not to, but of course it'll happen. He hasn't picked the price yet. It'll be determined by his board, but also probably by some sort of third-party analysis. I don't know if he uses Netherland Sewell, but somebody like Netherland Sewell to come up, and that's why those wells that are being drilled in South Louisiana are important. They won't necessarily come to the what do you call it, the book value, the amount of reserves per share, but it could add excitement to the price people are willing to pay in that offering. And man, if he were to get 1 or 2 of those actually worked, that really helps buttress his IPO. I hope it's not an IPO. I hope he just raises money and stays private. But I'm afeared they're going to go public, or some people argue they already are public, and you're going to experience all the shorting in the world. But I tell you what, that oil and gas is one industry where surprises can really trap the shorts. And then they never die. You can't get rid of them, because if it suddenly goes up, they can drive it back down. But eventually, I think NextBridge will be valued as long as they don't issue endless amounts of stock or toxic financing. I don't think they'll do that. Eventually, your cash flows and your reserves are attractive, and he'll be wheeling and dealing. There'll be a core area that he wants to be in, and he'll sell non-core assets. But as you build up that asset base, someone will buy the whole company. And I think people will make their money back, and maybe make a return on their money as well. The key, I guess, Alan, is you've got to move your shares over from, there is no such thing as MMTLP. That guy on Twitter calls that convinces everybody, he befriended Greg. He's all a great gentleman, and he calls in. It's all of a piece. It's all what the strategy. This is, they have an army, an air force, Marines, tanks, jeeps, cruise missiles, satellites, neutron bombs. They have everything. But we think, they're just that person in front. They're just a gentleman. And Williams being so mean. You can't trust any of it. They're coming from all directions. They have one goal: take the company, destroy the company. And anyway, that guy on Twitter, my opinion, he talks to the CEO on behalf to help the shorts. I don't, but then again, I don't seem to be much help to anybody. An oil well, one deep well, could cause the shorts great discomfort. But you need to be in Nextbridge. MMTLP does not exist. And what I would suggest to you, Alan, and I'm sure you're probably in it, but if you're not, when people start recognizing that these Southern Louisiana wells could be company makers, now it depends on the percentage ownership that he has. But if he has 20% of the deep, I mean, it could be $1, $2 a share in the ground. And if that's going to be reflected in the stock price, and maybe under $5, there's still room to manipulate. But if you want to extrapolate and say they drill 2 or 3 wells, and all of a sudden the stock is worth $5 to $10 in the ground, and they're still drilling, that could cause the stock to go to $7, $8, $10 with buying, and then that could cause trouble with the shorts. In that kind of scenario, people are going to be scrambling to move their MMTLP into what's it called? Ziggy transfer, Xfinity transfer, affinity transfer, infinity transfer. I don't remember the name of it. They had a weird name for the transfer agent, but they're all going to be racing to get into the Nextbridge at the transfer agent, because if value is given to you from drilling, the only way to participate in that will be to own Nextbridge. That's the only way. And at some point, all those empty seats on the plane will be taken, and everybody else will be left with MMTLP. That becomes the responsibility of Wall Street, maybe Congress, but also the responsibility, the efforts of the attorneys and courts to make sure you get your money. Odds are that if Nextbridge goes to $2 or $3 a share and stays there, or $10, Wall Street will have to make a settlement, and they'll make good on it, but they might not. You don't know. And certainly they'll come to people early. They'll be their attorneys will have an incentive to come and say, we'll buy everybody out at $1 or 50 cents. But as people get educated to how big Southern Louisiana can be, one of these wells, you could find, I don't know if they'll find oil. I don't know if they're targeting oil, but you could find $5 worth of reserves per share to his interest. And then there's going to be press coming out from the operator, and they're going to have a 3-well drilling program. And all of a sudden your stock is moving upward, and you're not going to want to take the deal from Wall Street at that point. You're going to want to be in Nextbridge. All right, that's one point. Second point is, he made it clear to me. I asked him, unlike the guy on Twitter, who I think's lying, or he's stupid. Two choices. Or he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's a better way to put it. Any deal that is made for MMTLP will be made for shareholders of NextBridge. So you got to make sure you're there. Otherwise, when the rush comes, you might not get in. And then all you have is the court system, which could take 10 years. Or if they have it's possible they'll have an incentive to settle right away. And if this is what I think that guy on X is trying to do when he talks to Greg, is to get the company trading publicly, then there won't be a problem for the shorts. If NextBridge starts trading, they'll just convert all the MMAT and the Torchlight shorts and the MMTLP shorts, whatever's exposed. They'll just convert that to shorts in NextBridge in the public market. Can't do anything about that. The whole game is rigged. I think you have to give up on fighting the system. They don't want to change it. They don't want to change it. The only way to make money back in NextBridge is own NextBridge. And thank God you have Greg McCabe running the company, who recognizes the problems and is willing to bankroll fixing it. Any other man would have walked away, bankrupt the company and start a new company. But he's not doing that. He's not doing that. So I think we're really lucky to have Greg McCabe. Those are my thoughts. If there's a future, if there's another update on that, I'm not aware of it. Good afternoon, William. Vacation is over and back to work. I agree. You got 164. That's great. That is awesome. Alan Weiss, COD, Collective Audience. Collective Audience was a SPAC organized by Chadron Financial, and the main spearhead of it was Aubrey Advisors and their hedge fund, Polar. It's my opinion that they colluded, all of them, it's just opinion, but that they all colluded together to take $150 to $200 million out of the market. I think it's illegal, but no one's gonna do anything about it. I think it's possible, although no one knows, that Peter Boards was in on it. He certainly didn't do anything to protect shareholders. They did a lot of theater to hire this person, that person, but the net effect of it is Collective Audience, Data Logic, when it started trading, they held our shares. We got a third to trade and 2/3 we never gotten, but we couldn't trade our shares. But the guys inside could. And it went to $42 on one day, something like that. But then somebody called in to NASDAQ, I think, and said, hey, they don't qualify for trading on NASDAQ. And it was only a one-day problem, whether it was the number of shareholders or the price, whatever, probably the number of shareholders. But between them, Chadron and Aubrey had done over 100 SPACs. And you've got to ask yourself, Why didn't they notify NASDAQ, hey, it's just going to be a problem overnight? Once the combination happens, everything's fine. But I think they didn't do that because the attorneys and the hedge fund and those financial groups were all in on the sting, and they wanted trading to be halted, which is what NASDAQ did. The stock went from 42 down to 11, down to 3 or 4, and down to 2, down to 1, and it's worthless now. In the process, fast forward, it's a longer process. Aubrey Advisors ended up owning about 85% of Collective Audience, CAUD, which I think is self-dealing and is illegal, but they did it. And then they got a guy, a financier named Greenberg, I forget his first name, to somehow take part of that. And if you want to believe that there's hope ahead, you can. I believe it's an entire theft, and I think Greenberg was in on it or has been in on other deals. He's a buddy. I think Polar, Chadron, Aubrey were all in on it. Possibly board members from Aubrey were. The guy that runs Aubrey, one of the bankers out of Switzerland, he's Iranian, apparently. The CEO might have just been a fill-in, and he's a wealthy man. It didn't hurt him. So I think it was all rigged. And I see Collective Audience being worth 0. And I think any belief that it's going to recover is going to run into the same issues of reverse splits and new financings. And I think our money was stolen. And I lost a lot in that. So I hold, Alan, I hold 0 hope for Collective Audience. Well, that's it. I think it's worthless and will remain worthless. If it comes to life at all, I'd just get out. But, I don't know that it will come to life. They tie up all the loose ends, and attorneys paper it all up. Everybody's in on it. I think they took, I forget how many shares were out on Data Logic, but they spent, a few millions to create the situation. They delayed responding to questions. They raised $5 million, did Aubrey, to give $2.5 million to the attorneys and $2.5 million, I think, to Chadron, but to the financial advisors. Why didn't they raise $1 million or $2 million extra for Collective Audience? They wanted it to collapse. So, it's gone. And I'm not saying we should lie down and accept it. I don't have the resources to fight it. I don't have an ability to hire an attorney to fight it. I don't have the hours to go into a letter writing campaign. Maybe I should do it this year. Ask for an investigation. I think our best way to make our money back is Railtown. And collectively, if we have, instead of 17 million shares, let's say we end up with 10 million shares at $15, I don't know if it'll go there, it's $150 million collectively, we can hire one or two attorneys. We can hire a lobbying firm to go to Congress, and we could even, put ads in the Wall Street Journal every day, full page ads for a month to get this story out. But right now we don't have that. I think the answer is Railtown. And anyway, collective audience, data logic is a complete disaster. And it's just another sign that people like the gentleman, honest man, he could never wrap his head around that this kind of stealing goes on. There's systems in place. No systems in place. Nothing. So anyway, that's my answer on collective audience. And I lost a lot of money. I don't mean to be cavalier about it. It's just it's what's the concept in economics? You could ask the tiger. It's a sunk cost. There's no reward in spending time on it. The reward is in Railtown, in my judgment. Silver, but silver's tripled. Silver has tripled from when I really emphasized it. It was in the high teens, low 20s. Went up, came back, but damn, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. G. Diddy put me down. Wow, at 26.4. I wonder if that, I didn't see that trade. I wonder if it's here. I don't see it. That's great, G. Diddy. You're going to be right up there with Steve. No, I don't know. Steve's way ahead of everyone. But he certainly, in one trade, you have, well, that's not true, but with one trade, you make my position look rather small. Look at this. I projected, by the way, before David Hunter did, I projected the S&P at 7,500. See it right there? 7,500. This is a year and a half ago. And it's hitting 7,000 right now. His target, I raised my target to 8,500. And now he's raised his target, I think, to 9,500. So I raised mine to 10,000. I think he's always underestimating. Wow, you paid 26.4. So, G. Diddy, you took advantage of this by making your contribution. I'm so jealous of that. But I congratulate you. Scott Scheller. Hola, Senor Bill. I need to get back in touch with you a bit, hoping you're in good health and all is good. I'm in pretty good health. I got to start exercising more. The holidays were very tough for me. You guys can all go out drinking, but I can't go drinking. I mean, I could, but I've decided to not drink. And then, I'm not complaining, but I'm explaining, I guess. My dog is gone. Someone I cared about gone, and then my dad's gone. The family that I usually spend time with, I don't. Luckily, my sister's here. And then just because I physically moved from my neighborhood of 20 24 years, it was a lonely 2 or 3 weeks, and you know, I'm not much of a self therapist, but um, uh, the holidays are very difficult, and they were for me. But I'm in good health. I think things are good. What's great about a new year, and the holidays are now behind me. Uh, you just take your losses and you move forward with optimism. And it looks like I lost, uh, uh, which is I anyway. It's time to make new projects, new goals, and that can be humbling. It can be smaller than you were thinking, but it can also be a cause for optimism because you're doing something. And so I'm looking forward to that. Richard K. Alan Weiss, any thoughts on the progress of MMTLP? Alan, I think Bill has written off MMTLP. NextBridge is a loss. No, I think MMTLP is a loss, but I think you could be right. Maybe if they find fraud, if they discover fraud, let's say at Fidelity, Wall Street will settle the whole kit caboodle, but you got to pay 40, 50, 60% to the lawyers and the investors in the lawsuits. So whatever the payout is, whatever's left over. But I think fraud, you must know, Richard, more than I do. I've tried to go find Junk Savvy's X calls, but for some reason, every day I go look, she's not on. So I'll keep trying. But I've missed her, I guess. But I don't think there'll be anything on, you're right, on MMTLP from Congress or from Wall Street unless fraud has been found. And that's a possibility, because then that's something that's a big threat to them. And there'll be a settlement because the lawyers will want to get paid. In the meantime, I think everyone should move their shares to NextBridge, all of them, because, and I spoke to Greg. I mean, there's no higher authority than Greg. Any deal that's going to be struck will be, everybody can take it. So you get to have your foot in both boats. You get to have your one foot in the boat that Greg can make NextBridge worth something over the next 3 to 5 years. And that something can be significant. Once an oil and gas company gets to $5, $10, $15, they have all sorts of options on financing and the ability to participate in other projects. Next thing you know, particularly in a bull market, it's a $45 stock. And that's what I think's ahead for NextBridge. I think it's foolish, idiotic to stay only in MMTLP hoping that there's some sort of settlement. I do not, you're right, Richard, I do not believe there will be a settlement of any real meaningful amount or at all for MMTLP unless you find fraud. Unless you find fraud. And they may have. I mean, I'm sure Wes Christian and he's being aided by Mark Bazile and others, other law firms. I bet they can find fraud. And if they do, you're right. But how long does it take? I don't know. But if you're in NextBridge, you'll get it. You'll get a I'm sure it'll be a hybrid offering. You can just sell your whole interest to them for some, whatever the number is, or maybe you can, because they're going to want you to sign off. Whether you're in MMTOP or in NextBridge, they want your release. They don't want you to sue them in the future. So they're going to come paying you something. Maybe it's a one number just buys you out of your position, MMTOP and NextBridge. Another number buys part of your position. Or maybe there's a number that you're going to stay in NextBridge, but they just want your signature and it's a smaller thing, like, you know, a buck a share just for your signature. Who knows? But that, to me, that's if there's fraud. But I could be wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe Congress has grown a pair. Maybe maybe Wall Street's ready to reform the markets and give people huge payouts because there should have been a short squeeze. But I don't buy any of that. I don't buy any of that. I do buy that it's exciting, the drilling that's going on right now in southern Louisiana. You may wake up one day and go, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. They found that much gas. And what's good about that, Richard, is then Wall Street may I should say, want to settle, because then the good guys' attorneys can argue, although I think it spends so much time. This is what I used to think was going to happen in the first 6 months or a year. But now it's 3.5 years later. The attorneys on the other side may have an argument to say, well, that's all new drilling, and I don't know. But there's at least a chance that the good guys' side will be able to say, the stock's now worth $5 a share. You better pay us that out of MMTOP. It might be the case. A lot of good things can happen with success in drilling. And you're in the middle of drilling. It's really exciting. It's not like you're sitting there, nothing's happening. They seem to be going down the selection of deep targets with other people's money. And I'm sure he has no control of the timing. But that drilling program has commenced. And good news can come at any time. And I'm telling you, oil and gas is one of the only industries that can blow the shorts out of the water. So that's exciting. Retweet Jeep. I'm going to put you down. I assume you're a new person because I've never seen Retweet Jeep. I think that's great. Retweet Jeep. Tweet and retweet. Tweet and retweet. We're standing on a bridge. Tweet jumped off. Who was left? Retweet. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. All right, so retweet. You bought 9,000 out. Thank you very much. That's awesome. That is awesome, retweet. I think it's great. E. Belanger, does anyone know the communication plan? Rebecca from IT isn't responding to anything. I think she made it clear in her introduction. She works with a lot of companies, and I don't think who is this guy, Mark Kelly? He's whining that Trump has done something to him. I just keep getting texts from him. So anyway, my opinion, Eric, is she's not as close to the company, I'd be surprised if she got an hour and a half conversation with Corey the way the Tiger did, you know? So I don't think she's your first line of information. I think she did a really good interview with Dr. Kaur, and she does good updates on Twitter, but I'm not sure she's necessarily in that first line loop of information. The Tiger might be, I don't know. Certainly gets information before I do. Um, uh, I'm not in the loop anymore, and I'm actually not really trying because everything I got last year, in retrospect, uh, I'm not blaming anybody, by the way, at all. But I think there was a hurry up, giddy up to it that maybe I don't think they knew. I don't. The people I was were speaking with, I don't think anybody knew. I don't think the magnitude of the TELUS transaction was understood by anybody. And I'm making some leaps of judgment. It still isn't released. I don't think AIP, although somebody here said AIP introduced TELUS, made the deal with TELUS for Railtown in and of itself. That's awesome. But certainly the delay with AIP had a lot of frustration. I showed it. A lot of negotiation, it seems like. But I also think, anyway, let's not go back through the negatives of that. Um, uh, I don't think she's going to know about when the TELUS news comes out. I don't think she's in that kind of confidentiality loop. But I haven't tried to call anyone since my interview because the people I call don't return my calls, and I think the information, my sense of the urgency of any information is it's not right now. And I don't think that anybody's going to know when the TELUS news / Railtown news is going to be released. They might, and so maybe I should keep trying. I might be able to find out, but I won't be able to talk about it anyway. So I don't know. But I really, I don't think that's the situation we're in with Railtown. The news will come whenever it comes. The shorts will try to convince you in the short run that it's bad news, like they always do. But I guess the other thing that could come is research. But I think research waits on that news. But I don't think Rebecca's going to know. I don't think she's going to get a heads up. Maybe some of the big investors might learn it. But I don't know. Maybe it's worth continuing to talk to the various people I talk to, but I haven't found it all that predictive, really, when you look at it. On the other hand, I'm not mad at anybody because I think it's one of the greatest AI investments that anybody, maybe what you should do is own a lot of different AI, but I think Railtown is all you need to own. It's 2502 by 25.9, and guess how many shares are for sale at 25.9? They've had 6 months to get rid of the stock. Every single day, every minute, every hour. They've been trying to sell from 69 cents all the way down to 25 cents. They've been trying to sell 52,500 shares. Every single time you look, it's on the offer. They never sell it. It never gets sold. You think it's because they're amateurs? I mean, at 69 cents, they could have hit the bid at 67 cents and be ahead. At 67 cents, they could have hit the bid at 65 cents and be ahead. At 65 cents, they could have hit the bid at 64 cents. At 64 cents, they could have hit the bid at 63 and a quarter. They never hit the bid. They just always have 52,500 for sale. And it makes no sense. Half the company is closely held, at least half. At least half. It makes no sense. But people tell me the stock price is correct. Yeah, IR. She's good. She's good, but I think she'll be told as the news comes out. That's what I think. You may have better access to information than anybody. Hey, Neil, Happy New Year, and fellow Railtown investors. Happy New Year to you. D-Mac, that's a great number. 25,000 is a great number. D-Mac. That's an awesome total. Formerly Donna. I wonder what you call yourself now. Madonna. Good afternoon, William. Railtown price is jumping around a bit today. Well, they have a nickname for that. Something to do with the shopping screens. I forgot what it's called. It's all computerized gamemanship, and they're just trying to pick, 0.00001 of a penny a share back and forth. They're not putting it, they are playing with money, but the computers aren't after the other computer's money because they're not going to fool the other computer, except in when the parameters are broken. But where they get money is from us. And unfortunately, I think it's possible that because we've purchased 17 million shares on the over-the-counter, well, it's not all over-the-counter. Some is in Canada. It's given them the incentive to drive the stock price down. Both they want to shake us out, but there is meat on the bones. And it is frustrating that the buyers haven't been able to come in. They will. I think everyone's still skiing, frankly. I think people are still on vacation. And I think vacation may have started 2 or 3 weeks ago. Donna says, hi, Jack. I hope you enjoyed your vacation. Jack says, hey, Donna, fishing was fantastic. And he wishes her well. Barely Social Gator is a day trader, I think, and he or she is waiting for 24 cents. I don't advise that. If you guys want to wait for 24 cents, now it's easy to look back and say, well, I should have, would have, could have done that. And I do it to myself because, as I've told you, my average price is something like 10 cents higher than this. But Railtown remains a story that at any given day, let's say a research report comes out, or uh, TELUS announces, I don't know, they put a billboard in. Is there a Times Square in Toronto? What's in Toronto? I've been there. They have that big needle. I don't know. They put out on the the Karl Marx Square. They put out a big banner, and it says, "TELUS is excited to announce we're going to open our data center in partnership with Cohere and NVIDIA and the Canadian Stock Exchange and I don't know, Ulmer's, I don't know, and Railtown." And then you see the stock, if you're waiting to get it at 24 cents, which is idiotic. You can buy it right now at 25.5 cents. So you're trying to save 1.5 pennies. If you're buying 100,000 shares of stock, I don't think you're buying anything. But if you're buying 100,000 shares of stock, you're trying to save $1,500. I mean, I guess it's worth it. But what you risk is something happens. I'm telling you, the surprises from here on out are going to be positive. They're going to be to the upside. You risk right now. You can with 100,000 shares right now, instead of dollars, 100,000 shares right now would cost you 26.5 cents. Cost you 26,500. If the stock, no, I'm sorry, I think that's wrong. Where's the stock trading? 25. So right now, to buy 100,000 shares would cost you 25.5 cents. Cost you 25,500. But you are going to hold out so you can buy 100,000 shares for 24 grand. Might be worth it to you. Then you can be proud for the rest of your life that, hey, instead of paying 25.5, I paid 24 cents a share. But what you risk, and I'm not saying, I think you're the guy that I think you're part of the whole scheme. So I'm sure you've got your plan to walk the colluding and using computers, program selling. You probably have a plan to get it down to 24 cents. And maybe people who want to just get the best price possible want to put an order in under the market. Problem is they may or may not go off. But anyway, one of the risks, if people follow your advice, is tonight TELUS announces, I don't know, they put it on an advertisement on a rerun of that show Friends or something. I don't know, whatever, it's out of the blue, something happens. And the stock tomorrow opens at 50 cents. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but it's the risk you run. And it doesn't have to be that dramatic. The stock tomorrow, maybe research comes out tonight and the stock tomorrow is 30 cents. Then it costs you 30 grand. But whatever, it's a market. If you want to save Um, 6% on your purchase price. Only you can judge that. Risking that you have to buy it at 100% from here, but you won't. Once you don't buy it, you won't. You're just here to get people not to buy because you're walking it down. That's my opinion. Matthew Kolar, I've set a buy order for 10,000 at 25 cents. Well, you may get it, but you're probably not. They've put an order ahead of you, 2,790 shares at 0.2502, because they don't want you to get it. And I would predict that no one's going to hit that bid. I mean, I don't think. So I think Red Pepper Ronnie, Matthew. I think what you should do is just go ahead and if you want it at 25 cents, go ahead and put it in right now at 25.43. They won't give it to you. That's the ask, or 25.83. They won't give it to you there. They'll do it in between somewhere, maybe at 25.42. So you'll pay less than a half a penny more than what you're trying to get. I think it's stupid to get bragging rights. I would just buy it. If you bought it at 25, let's say 43, they execute you, 42. You're paying 0.0042 higher, and on 10,000 shares, that's $42. So you're going to risk owning the stock for $42. It just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe you're younger than I am and you don't remember. But to me, every ticket I ever did, even with the employee discount, was $30, $40, $50, $60 for myself. For clients, it was always $35, $40, $50, $65, $75, $100 a trade just to trade. So to me, $42 is just the cost of doing business. I think, Matthew, you run the risk of not buying your stock. Now, we're in the middle of the holiday season. The shorts are still here. They're still trying to pressure it. And if it goes down to 24 cents, oddly, you're going to say to yourself, well, I didn't get the best price, but you might get it. So I'm not telling you not to follow your strategy, but it's so cheap right now. That ask right now, the 52,500 shares is offered at 25.9. And then 53,000 shares are offered at 25.70. Anyway, it keeps moving. Barcoding is the word. But it goes down to 25.64. Just now though, it was cheaper. 25.55, 53, 25.49 is the offer. If you went in at the offer, they have to fill you because they have this big number, but they won't fill you at the offer. You'd be the first one. They'll do it somewhere between 25.02 and 25.55. And it's not a big enough difference. Literally, you're trying to save $42 or $50 or $40. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. But I'm glad you're doing it, and it might work. And it's what I suggested before, putting orders in under the market. I just wouldn't do it, but it might work. I just guess today's a green day. I suppose tomorrow they'll try to sell it off. I think that NVIDIA uh, presentation, which I'll play more of, maybe not today, is going to turn the whole mood on Wall Street to the positive on AI. So I'm guessing, but I could be wrong, that we've seen the lows in Railtown for the time being. But any day they can press it down, snap it down, and you might get it off. You got 15 minutes. I don't know. I wouldn't try to save $50. I would just go ahead, put it in at the ask. If you put it in between, there's no guarantee you might get it. But if you put it in at one of these asks, there's a lot of different asks going on. They have to fill you. But they don't want to fill you at the ask because they don't want the stock to go up. What seller have you ever known doesn't want to get the highest price? The criminals. Julius, Tony, Timu, the Tigers. That sucks. Yeah. Well, I'm really not trying to make it personal about him. He's just a representation of dozens of people who are either in the employ of this group of criminals, or he just comes by it by a natural lack of curiosity and brain power. It's the only two choices. Hello, John. How are you? Mark Maddox. Logic of. I don't even want to put it on my screen. Logic is. Let me look at it on a different screen. Logic. There are rumors that Logic can go to 20 cents. I don't buy it, but the plan apparently for Logic is to do a huge reverse split and get it on the NASDAQ. It's just dreaming. He destroyed 10 years worth of his work. And investors. I'm not. I mean, he kind of got hurt 3 times and went ahead and did it a 4th and a 5th time. But I'm just not sure that CEOs or shareholders can fight what goes on. I really am not. I would not buy Logic. You can watch it if you're interested in it. It's up because it went to 0.01. So it's seller boxed. It's just seller boxed. I think it's a real mistake to even spend a whole lot of time following it. If something good happens, we'll all know about it. But this is, I don't even know how many shares there's outstanding in it. Let me look it up. OTC. I mean, it's totally destroyed by at least 3 or 4 toxic financings. And they tried to manipulate the stock. Oh, it's got the black diamond expert market. Nightmare. And it's delinquent in SEC reporting, always a good sign. It's a prohibited service provider. I don't know what that means. And the transfer agent is verified so that the criminals can keep screwing with it. Security details. They have 700 million shares outstanding. 701 million shares outstanding. To get it from a penny to $1, and it's not even a penny, but they've got to go up, do 100. I would imagine they'll do at least a 500 to 1 reverse split to get it to 1.5 million. Maybe it's not that extreme, but I would guess they'll do a 500 for 1 reverse split, get it to 1,400,000 shares, do an offering, come out with some other bullshit fundamental story so everyone gets excited, run it up, people come on and say, oh, it's up, and then they'll take all that money. It's not worth spending another minute's thought about logic. I hate to say that. I met many times the CEO, listened to a good friend of mine who I really trusted. I think you should chalk that one up on Ham's side. Ham just wouldn't deal with the guy at all. At all. So Ham kind of had a pretty good judge of that CEO's decision making. But that stock is destroyed, and it will remain destroyed. I think it's the only reason I could think that the stock is up is maybe some shorts are closing their positions just to get it off their books, but I don't think they have to. If they just leave it open, I'm sure they have access to the money in their accounts, and if they leave it open, they don't have to pay taxes on their gains. I would stay away from logic, and I'd just take it off the screen. It's my largest position, and I lost a lot of money in it, but I never look at it, and you shouldn't either. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William and RT. Rail engine is warming up and getting ready for Operation Cash Cow pickup. Well, the video I was showing, which I may show a little bit more of, he's going to get into robotics and real time. Now, it sounds like the NVIDIA is putting its capacities out to everyone. But what's not clear, I don't think, but I don't know. I don't think NVIDIA has built Rail Engine. They may be setting up their data centers and they're using somebody else's, and I don't think there's something like Rail Engine, but there might be. They're using somebody else's layer. He mentioned some company there. Anyway, my point is NVIDIA may be partnering with other, or just buying other software providers. So I don't think it's a case that NVIDIA, but I don't know for sure. I suppose it's a risk. I don't think it's a case that NVIDIA has created AI tools to blow Railtown's tools out of the water. I asked about that. And Corey basically said, look, nobody can do it. The market is so big. It's just so big. Basically, all the software that's ever been written that's still in use, essentially, it has to be replaced. Maybe it's just augmented or upgraded, but essentially it all has to be replaced, and then that's all going to grow because it's AI on AI. Every dog they create that's a robot has to learn how to recognize a cat or a mouse or another dog or a friendly human, or if it's for war, an enemy versus, and it just keeps expanding on itself. It's a huge market. there's room for a lot of competition. But thank you, Ward. I'll try to play some more of that. You sent it to me. I probably would have found it, but not as quickly as you sent it to me. And it's exciting. I really appreciate it. Everybody here should appreciate your contributions. Alan, oh, I'm at AST. That's it, AST. Equinity. I'm the one who convinced you to transfer. All right, thank you. Because I did transfer my regular account, but I did not transfer my IRA. I remember you. Thank you for that. It took a while. And believe it or not, Alan, I was worried that I wouldn't get it done, because it took a while. I had to fill out paperwork to acknowledge that I was taking a distribution and all that. And then I had to call every day for like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. But the good thing is, once they distributed it, they did move it they had to distribute it out of my IRA. But once that was accomplished, the further request to move the shares to Equinity was accomplished in under 30 days. So that was a good thing. But thank you very much. Hawkeye, if you are investing based on a conspiracy theory, you're going to lose money. 100% this guy is spewing stuff based on nothing. Well, are you talking about yourself? You didn't mention my name, so maybe you're talking about this guy, yourself, because I think there's very few things, very few ideas, other than my own kooky ideas. There's very few ideas here on Railtown or theories or estimates that I don't back up with it's kind of like footnotes, but I don't back up by showing where I got the idea, telling people where they can go do it. I try to provide my due diligence to others so they can do it themselves and better. They can do it better than I do. I think some of my information, because that's what happens when you have a dozen guys talking to each other about a stock. You never really learn anything new. You're really just sharing information. You're basically in a comfort zone. And so if somebody has the wrong idea, like you better get in because AIP is going to close and then such and such is going to happen. By talking to 12 guys doesn't make your information any better than maybe talking to one of them, because it's all the same repeated information. So I don't think that was nothing, but I think some of the urgency and some of the some aspects of timing we didn't have correct, but it could have been. So you never know. On the other hand, it was never, I don't think I've ever told people this is a hot money trade. This is a day trading stock. In fact, I think I've gone out of my way to say this is a longer term commitment. But it is my belief, and only my belief. I don't think there's a lot of people jumping to my side of that. But I think that once the story is clear in Railtown, and once the magnitude of the revenue, the proof of concept, I think the stock gets bought out. And I think it gets bought out, an offer to buy out the company could come within a quarter of good revenues being known. That's my opinion. Others say, put it away for 2 years, and I think that's perfect because the good thing about Railtown, hey, it did trade at 254. It closed at 254. Oh, that's not 24. Sorry. That's not 24. Sorry. I was thinking that Toad was right. It's 0.254. And I hope 10,000 shares went off there, but it's all right. You know what you're doing. Maybe tomorrow you'll get it at 25 cents. Be first in line though, because if someone else has an order ahead of you, I don't think they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there at 25.02. So today, I think you are the order at 25 cents. I don't, you don't know for sure. Okay, it closed at 25.4, 215,000 shares. But anyway, I forget what I was saying. I think Railtown, once you own it, and who knows, maybe you don't sell any, you don't need to sell any. But I don't think it's possible you won't be selling your shares of Railtown. You'll just find out one day that not right away, not right away. But I think sooner than people expect, you might find out that there's an offering from, I don't know, from TELUS to buy the company at, $6 a share. And I would hate it because I would prefer that they wait to sell the company up at a higher level. But from TELUS's standpoint, they have to if they want to buy it, they have to make an early bid because I don't think they have the balance sheet to support an enormous bid. Their market cap, I think, is 30 billion. I think it'd be pressing it if they had to spend billions of dollars. So anyway, if there's an offer made, I think the company will show it to shareholders. And you never know what happens when it goes up for a vote. I hope that he's smart enough, I think he is, that if a company makes an offer, he doesn't have to freeze other companies from making offers while he gets the vote. Because I think if TELUS comes in with a buy offer of the company, Microsoft will come in, maybe NVIDIA comes in, maybe Facebook comes in. Who knows? I think it'll start a bidding war. But I hope there's not a like with that Windrift deal. There was a period of time. I don't know about the vote. That's true. But there was a period of time nobody else could come in and do it. I hope they don't do that. But because there'll be a bidding war. On the other hand, if TELUS is who is buying the company at $6 a share, that means, I guess, every 2 shares of stock, we'd get 1 share of TELUS. I think TELUS has a bright future ahead, even though it's kind of like a utility. It's a telecom. But it has some upside in the stock, and it has a big dividend. But I'd hate Microsoft to come in and buy the company for $5, or worse yet, $3 a share, because I don't see Microsoft going up by you know, 30x. But on the other hand, it'd be nice to have Microsoft stock. Point is, Hawkeye, if you buy the stock, you may not sell it. It may just be the company may be acquired, and you just end up with stock in Microsoft or Nvidia or somebody like that. And I think that's the way to go. Ward Richardson, the first 20 minutes is just warming up. It'll get a lot more interesting through the rest of the speech. So let's try to listen to it. Ward Richardson, just watched AMD CEO Dr. Su's speech last. It was mind-blowing. Yeah, AMD, I recommend it as a potential stock. Obviously, I didn't emphasize it because I think everybody should be, I didn't want to distract anybody from Railtown. But let me see if AMD is still in this. No. AMD was in one of the services I take when it was just blood in the streets. I think AMD is fascinating. And the fact that the government, I think the government bought a bunch, put 10 billion in. They must want to, the government must want to work on AI technology, chips, like American USA sovereignty. I'll get her speech as well. Good afternoon, Ward. William played the first 20 minutes. I'll try to play more right now. Let me get through the comments. Ward Richardson, I hope William will play the rest of the speech. It would save me a lot of time in typing. Everyone pay close attention to the robots. It was the first time experiencing. Yes, I should play for you, Ward, what the Morgan Stanley research that I played. The first time I heard it, it was a little goofy, but the first time I listened to it, I was just, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And I played it for everybody. So let's play it and hear. Do you know if the meeting is on next? Instanet trading. Instanet trading. Ward Richardson. They call EI emotion intelligence. Watch how those robots, they have emotional intelligence. They probably have a higher EI Q than I do. They probably have better emotional intelligence than I do. They probably have emotional intelligence on the par with my dog, who really had good emotional intelligence. Neil says Instanet trading today was 34.5 Canadian, and then an immediate sell at 35.5 for 1 cent. Scalp $200 just back from New Year. 2026 CapEx is not ready for deployment globally. You're not talking about Railtown. You're back from the 2026. I don't know. I'm confused. Is that an event, or you're talking about CapEx for TELUS and Railtown are not ready for deployment globally? That may be, or anywhere, but overall market's still on the uptrend. One thing that I don't know if Jensen Huang covered, but he makes it clear that these companies have enormous revenues, and that's what's paying for everything. I also think people should think about companies are going to have no choice, but whatever word you want to use, they've got to upgrade their software replace their software, augment their software, whatever. But companies aren't going to have a choice or they're going to be left behind. I mean, it's going to come to a point where instead of asking, if I say ask Siri, she's going to answer me. But instead of asking Siri something, you're just going to go to your computer and say, could you book me a flight to uh, uh, Cairo via London? Um, I'm flexible, but I'd like to spend 2 nights in London and stay in Cairo for 2 weeks, and organize my hotels. And if you could also set up dinner appointments with my list of friends and clients that you already have, let me know. And they'll do it. The computer, you'll be able to do it all verbally. And this is coming at us so quickly. I can't even do anything with technology. And the next thing you know, computers are going to do astonishing things. Did you hear what he said? AI can go in and get all the information out of a PDF. Have you ever tried to share a PDF with somebody? Have you ever tried to share the information in a PDF quickly? Have you ever tried to read a PDF quickly? Have you tried to copy certain parts of it or the chart? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe it's easy. But imagine AI can go into a PDF. It's amazing. But I think what you're saying, CapEx is not ready for deployment globally, but the markets are still on an uptrend. I'm not sure exactly what it means. PJ, MMTLP, they feel they have collusion. Listen to Junk Space from 1212. Okay, if I can find it. Who's paying for our attorneys? 1221. Because the other side is going to bury. They'll bring all sorts of attorneys. But that's fantastic, PJ. Collusion is fraud. And that means if that's proven, then they're going to want to settle. And it depends on what the attorneys can present. First, you've got to prove the fraud. Then you've got to prove the harm. And I know what people are going to say. They want it would have squeezed. But I don't think there's going to be any judge that's going to bankrupt an investment bank for an unknowable squeeze number. Now, there were trades at 2,400 and even 24,000 a share, so it's not impossible. Fraud really opens up massive settlements. Fraud's a big deal. Collusion, it's a big deal. So that's pretty great. Sorry, Neil. What was 20,000 shares? I didn't write you down. What? Oh, maybe I did. I didn't write you down, so that's good. I'll write it down now. I guess you bought 20,000 shares? That was 20,000 shares. Oh, you're trying to buy 20,000 shares. Sorry. That didn't happen. Not 10,000. All right, it didn't happen. I'm not writing it down. still quiet. Jan, Feb numbers of some kind will be released. Sort of have to, don't they? Yeah, apparently they'll announce earnings in February, end of February. TELUS, I think, is, Neil, if my predictions have been so bad, but I think the first thing we're going to see is going to be, and it could be any time, we're going to see either Railtown or TELUS release whatever so-called news they need to open up this cloud hanging over news and discussing the company. I think that's the first thing that's going to come. I think research from Research Capital could come almost any time. I don't know if it'll have any effect. Remember, anything that comes out without a solid revenue number or something you can sink your teeth in, the shorts will sell non-existent stock. They're still trying to sell that 52,500 shares. They've been selling that from 70 cents downward, and they never think to go to the bid. It's not real. It's manipulated. It's incredible that it's allowed to happen. But the catalyst of buying, which is what will really move the stock, I think will come probably not with Research Capital, with bigger research reports. And although I'd like to see those sooner, there's a lot going on in the AI space. I'm going to guess it won't come until TELUS announces we've opened our data center for business. And then everybody's going to be looking into it. Professional investors, they look under the hood. They say, okay, TELUS is getting all this revenue, but what's running, who are the components of their data center? They'll see NVIDIA, they'll see, I think Cohere could be OpenAI. They'll see maybe some other ADKs will be in there, but if other ADKs go in, they're not Canadian. So I think it's going to be Railtown. And so anyway, when they open that data center, you're going to have TELUS banging the drums, maybe somewhat distractedly, NVIDIA will bang the drums. Maybe it's Cohere banging the drums. And then you're going to, I think, TELUS itself has something like a dozen research reports, many from Canada, most from Canada. I think you're going to start seeing research, and then shortly thereafter, I think you're going to see buying coming in out of Canada. So when do I think all that happens? I'd say mid-February, and then by March, you could see this stock much higher, and it could happen sooner. I don't think you should wait. This week, I think people are on vacation, so the shorts are still having their fun, and shorts doesn't describe what's going on. What goes on is a coordinated walking down of the price, so they can steal every bet of the way. We've got to come up with another name for it. But anyway, all right, let me keep going on. I do think something will come out, Neil. Ward Richardson. Don, are you talking about the speech? You can find it on YouTube. Yes, exactly. It is on you. I thought I showed you that it was YouTube. It is on YouTube. The other way you can do it, Donna, is just Google it. Like, write down Jensen Huang keynote speech, Google it, and it comes up with links, and just click the video that says YouTube and you can watch it on YouTube. Canada side, 100, Neil says 156,000 plus at 35 cents. Oh my gosh, do we touch 32.5 to complete the entire gap back to the 52-week low? Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's interesting. So that maybe that's why that guy is saying 24 cents. I would say you do touch it. It doesn't mean you should wait to buy it, because if you put it, you might get it if you put it in at 32.5, but that means the ask has to fall below 32.5, which means the bid has to fall below it for you to be guaranteed an execution. So I'd still think it's better just to buy and just realize you can't always get the bottom. But Neil, given the data you just gave, I think it will go to 32.5. That brings it all the way back to the 52-week low. Sure. Sure. It's just too obvious. Darn it. E. Belanger, I learned today from a contact that Railtown haven't begun its I2I. Not a dollar spent in marketing. It's on hold for whatever reason. All right, let me guess why. So let me understand this, what you're saying. You learned today that Railtown hasn't begun its investor to investor, I guess, IR to investor. I don't know what I2I means. Not a dollar spent in marketing. It's on hold. Well, let me give you a suggestion, Eric, why they wouldn't be spending. It's just, we'll find out. But can I give you a reason? They don't have to. I think TELUS will spend all the money, not Railtown. Which means Railtown won't need to issue stock to raise capital. It means Railtown can run a lean machine. My opinion, the reason they're not spending money on marketing is they don't have to. They already spent money on that one guy that's supposed to bring in all the family offices. I don't know what happened to that. And they do have a budget for marketing. But that'd be my guess, is TELUS is going to do it. And then they'll start, but then Railtown obviously has to do some. They have to travel. The other possibility is they don't want to tell the story until they're sure everything is locked up. But I think everything's locked up. I think everything's locked up. Thanks, Ward. I wrote it down. Ward says, Donna, check out the AMD keynote speech. Yeah, Donna, you can just Google it. It'll come up on your thing. Click. They'll have the video there. You can click it. It'll move you to, that'll move you to YouTube. E. Belanger, something is cooking behind office walls. The silence seems, this is from Eric, the silence seems cold-blooded, but I think the company have no choice. They have news in the oven, but don't want to screw things up by breaking disclosure rules. They're smarter than that. Yeah, he's an investment banker. And I mean, I agree with you 100% that it's about disclosure and it's about following the rules and being careful. The regulators go after the longs. They never go after the shorts, ever. So, I mean, they go after them sometimes, but then they have a attorney like Mark Bazile settle and the shareholders want it wiped out. and he's proud of himself. Um, it could be they're still organizing things. It could be everybody's on vacation, so you want to wait till there's the biggest impact. And like I say, they could be waiting for TELUS to announce news. It could be also that TELUS is going to do, they'll let TELUS do, I'm sure they have to have a budget to travel and make presentations and all that. But in terms of getting the story told, I think TELUS will do it, my opinion. Ward Richardson, Dr. Sue had a special guest on last night, and it was Dr. Fei Lee, co-founder of World Labs, Stanford professor and AI pioneer known as Godmother of AI. That'd be worth watching. I've heard of the Godmother of AI. Steve, hi, Uncle Bill. I woke up at 12 a.m. My account said Railtown was $42 a share. I didn't get too excited because I figured it was a glitch, but I screenshot it. My account was over 68 million. I'm going to write that down. That might be a premonition. That might be a premonition. Here, I'll just take a picture of it. It's too complicated to write down. That's exciting. Oh, you did. You just emailed the pic. Look for Marty 516. Thank you. That's amazing. Things like that sometimes have meaning for some reason. What if the stock goes to 42.64? I don't know. I wouldn't count on it. E. Belander, Steve, you own? Yes. I'll let him answer the question, but I think you're pretty good at arithmetic, Eric. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. That's a good position. Yes, it is. And you know, one of the reasons he has that position is he didn't listen to the tiger. And also I harangued him about one of the stocks. I forgot which one. I think it was G-Bucks, but I said, what the hell are you doing holding on? I was a jerk. But it's really his courage to act. I don't know what his average is, but he bought a lot of stock at or under 30 cents. I bet he bought a lot of higher than that too. I would have guessed his average is around 35 cents. But he acted. And one of the things I told him, and I told all of you, and it's the same with silver, the reason to get in at those low prices, when the stock goes up, it's going to be volatile. And if it comes back down, you'll have the courage to hold it. And sure enough, that's what happened. People that bought the stock maybe at 38, 40, 45 cents, and the stock comes down here at the end of the year, they can't help it. We're all human. They're going to feel angry, misled, pissed off. That's like now with silver. One of the risks of buying silver now at $90, everybody's talking about it. And I'm pissed. Darn it. I used to own something like, well, anyway, approximately 6,000 ounces of silver. I don't have any anymore because of the years I bought it, a decade ago or longer. But one thing is, if they get the price to go down, it'll go. I'm not saying it will right now, but they could drive it down from $80 at $90 back down to $38, $40. And anybody buying now is going to be sick to their stomach and angry. But if you had purchased it, maybe as a hedge against other investments, investments at $25 if your money had been ready. And that's now 80. Either you sell something, take your original money off, or take the money off to cover the investment. Or you say, hey, I'll write it out. Because when it comes back, and I think at some point, it might not be from 90, it might go to 150 first, then come back. Whenever that correction comes, you have the strength to ride it out. But I feel like that's a trade I missed. Ward Richardson, Dr. Fei was the director of Stanford AI Lab. She worked at Google Cloud. She also invented ImageNet, which just launched last month. She also went to Princeton. Darn it. I'm thinking Microsoft and Ward Richardson. I'm thinking Microsoft and NVIDIA buyout. They have been very chummy in the last couple of years. That's an interesting point. They could buy it out together. It's an interesting point. They could both buy it out. And, you know, Cohere could try to buy it out, but I don't know if Cohere has enough credit. I think TELUS will try to buy it out. And I think if, let's use your example, Ward, Microsoft and NVIDIA come in and buy it out. What the hell do they do with a network of companies? They might spin that off. They might spin it off to shareholders, or maybe the company spins it off beforehand, which would be interesting, what the shorts do with that. I'm sure we know the answer. They'll just create a plethora of security entitlements. But anyway, maybe it wasn't my idea, but I thought that maybe Constellation Software would bid to buy the whole company. And it was pointed out to me, they don't really have to buy the whole company to stay in the game. They could just buy the network. Maybe you should add to your thing, maybe it's a Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Constellation Software buyout. Thank you, Justin, for your kind $4.99. Are you out of your mind? Ward Richardson, that ImageNet will be huge in robotics and gaming. There you go. And porn, probably. It always seems like every technology, even the the telegraph, gets advanced by porn. All right, let me just play some more of that. I'm going to take a break and see if I can find something to nosh on. But let's see what else he had to say.
Lists, and even keep an eye on my own. I use Brev to turn my DGX Spark into a personal cloud. So I can use the same interface whether I'm using a cloud GPU or a DGX Spark. I use a Frontier Model API to easily get started. I wanted to help me with my emails, so I created an email tool for my agent to call. I want my emails to stay private, so I add an open model that's running locally on the Spark. Now for any job, I want the agent to use the right model for the right task, so I'll use an intent-based model router. And everything else can call it. I want my assistant to interact with my world, so I'll hook it up to Hugging Face's Reachy Mini Robot. My agent controls the head, ears, and camera of the Reachy with tool calls. I want to give Reachy a voice, and I really like 11 Labs, so I'll hook up their API.
Hi, I'm Reachy, running on DGX Spark.
Hey Reachy, what's on my to-do list today?
Your to-do list today? Grab groceries, eggs, milk, butter, and send Jensen the new script.
Okay, let's send Jensen an update. Tell him we'll have it for him by the end of the day.
Will do.
Reachy, Richie, there's a sketch too. Can you turn it into an architectural rendering?
Sure.
Nice. Now make a video and show me around the room.
Here you go.
That's great. With RLAIF, I can share access to my Spark and Richie, so I'm going to share it with Anna.
Hey, Richie, what's Potato up to?
He's on the couch. I remember you don't like this. I'll tell him to get off. Potato, off the couch.
With all the progress in open source, it's incredible to see what you can build. I'd love to see what you create.
Isn't that incredible? But the amazing thing is, that is utterly trivial now. That is utterly trivial now. And yet, just a couple of years ago, all of that would have been impossible. Absolutely unimaginable. Well, this basic framework, this basic way of building applications using language models, using language models that are pre-trained and they're proprietary, they're frontier, combine it with customized language models into a agentic framework, a reasoning framework that allows you to access tools and files and maybe even connect to other agents. This is basically the architecture of AI applications or applications in the modern age. And the ability for us to create these applications are incredibly fast. And notice, if you give it this application information that it's never seen before, or in a structure that is not represented exactly as you thought, it can still reason through it and make its best effort to reason through the data, the information, to try to understand how to solve the problem. Artificial intelligence. Okay, so this basic framework is now being integrated, and everything that I just described, we have the benefit of working with some of the world's leading enterprise platform companies. Palantir, for example, their entire AI and data processing platform is being integrated, accelerated by NVIDIA today. ServiceNow, the world's leading customer service and employee service platform. Snowflake, the world's top data platform in the cloud. Incredible work that is being done there. CodeRabbit, we're using CodeRabbit all over NVIDIA. CrowdStrike, creating AIs to detect, to find AI threats. NetApp, their data platform now has NVIDIA's semantic AI on top of it and agentic systems on top of it for them to do customer service. But the important thing is this: not only is this the way that you develop applications now, this is going to be the user interface of your platform. So whether it's Palantir or ServiceNow or Snowflake and many other companies that we're working with, the agentic system is the interface. It's no longer Excel with a bunch of squares that you enter information into. Maybe it's no longer just command line. All of that multimodality information is now possible, and the way you interact with your platform is much more, well, if you will, simple, like you're interacting with people. And so that's enterprise AI being revolutionized by agentic systems. The next thing is physical AI. This is an area that you've seen me talk about for several years. In fact, we've been working on this for 8 years. The question is, how do you take something that is intelligent inside the computer and interacts with you with screens and speakers to something that can interact with the world, meaning it can understand the common sense of how the world works. Object permanence. If I look away and I look back, that object is still there. Causality. If I push it, it tips over. It understands friction and gravity. It understands inertia. That a heavy truck rolling down the road is going to need a little bit more time to stop. That a ball is going to keep on rolling. These ideas are common sense to even a little child, but for AI, it's completely unknown. And so we have to create a system that allows AIs to learn the common sense of the physical world, learn its laws, but also to be able to, of course, learn from data, and the data is quite scarce, and to be able to evaluate whether that AI is working, meaning it has to simulate in an environment. How does an AI know that the actions that it's performing is consistent with what it should do if it doesn't have the ability to simulate the response of the physical world back on its actions? The response of its actions is really important to simulate. Otherwise, there's no way to evaluate it. It's different every time. And so this basic system requires 3 computers. One computer, of course, the one that we know that NVIDIA builds for training the AI models. Another computer that we know is to inference the models. Inferencing the model is essentially a robotics computer that runs in a car, or runs in a robot, or runs in a factory, runs anywhere at the edge. But there has to be another computer that's designed for simulation. And simulation is at the heart of almost everything NVIDIA does. This is where we are most comfortable. And simulation was really the foundations of almost everything that we've done with physical AI. So we have 3 computers and multiple stacks that run on these computers, these libraries, to make them useful. Omniverse is our digital twin, physically based simulation world. Cosmos, as I mentioned earlier, is our foundation model, not a foundation model for language, but a foundation model of the world. And is also aligned with language. You could say something like, what's happening to the ball? And they'll tell you the ball's rolling down the street. And so a world foundation model, and then of course the robotics models. We have 2 of them. One of them is called Groot. The other one's called Alpamayo that I'm going to tell you about. Now, one of the most important things that we have to do with physical AI is to create the data to train the AI in the first place. Where does that data come from? Rather than, instead of having languages, because we created a bunch of texts that are what we consider ground truth that the AI can learn from. How do we teach an AI the ground truth of physics? There are lots and lots of videos, but hardly enough to capture the diversity and the type of interactions that we need. And so this is where great minds came together and transformed what used to be compute into data. Now, using synthetic data generation that is grounded and conditioned by the laws of physics, grounded and conditioned by ground truth, we can now selectively, cleverly generate data that we can then use to train the AI. So for example, what comes into this AI, this Cosmos AI world model on the left, over here, is the output of a traffic simulator. Now this traffic simulator is hardly enough for an AI to learn from. We can take this, put it into a Cosmos foundation model, and generate surround video that is physically based and physically plausible that the AI can now learn from. And there are so many examples of this. Let me show you what Cosmos can do. The ChatGPT moment for physical AI is nearly here. But the challenge is clear. The physical world is diverse and unpredictable. Collecting real-world training data is slow and costly, and it's never enough. The answer is synthetic data. It starts with NVIDIA Cosmos, an open, frontier world foundation model for physical AI. Pre-trained on internet-scale video, real driving and robotics data, and 3D simulation. Cosmos learned a unified representation of the world, able to align language, images, 3D, and action. It performs physical AI skills like generation, reasoning, and trajectory prediction. From a single image, Cosmos generates realistic video. From 3D scene descriptions, physically coherent motion. From driving telemetry and sensor logs, surround video. From planning simulators, multi-camera environments. Or from scenario prompts, it brings edge cases to life. Developers can run interactive closed-loop simulations in Cosmos. When actions are made, the world responds. Cosmos reasons. It analyzes edge scenarios, breaks them down into familiar physical interactions, and reasons about what could happen next. Cosmos turns compute into data, training AVs for the long tail, and robots how to adapt for every scenario. I know, it's incredible. Cosmos is the world's leading foundation model, world foundation model. It's been downloaded millions of times, used all over the world, getting the world ready for this new era of physical AI. We use it ourselves as well. We use it ourselves to create our self-driving car, using it for scenario generation and using it for evaluation. We could have something that allows us to effectively travel billions, trillions of miles, but doing it inside a computer. And we've made enormous progress. Today, we're announcing Alpamayo, the world's first thinking, reasoning autonomous vehicle AI. Alpamayo is trained end to end, literally from camera in to actuation out. The camera in, lots and lots of miles that are driven by itself, where we human drive it, using human demonstration. And we have lots and lots of miles that are generated by Cosmos. In addition to that, hundreds of thousands of examples are labeled very, very carefully so that we can teach the car how to drive. Alpamayo does something that's really special. Not only does it take sensor input and activates steering wheel, brakes, and acceleration, it also reasons about what action it is about to take. It tells you what action it's going to take, the reasons by which it came about that action, and then, of course, the trajectory. All of these are coupled directly and trained very specifically by a large combination of human trained and as well as Cosmos generated data. The result of it is just really incredible. Not only does your car drive as you would expect it to drive, and it drives so naturally because it learned directly from human demonstrators, but in every single scenario, when it comes up to the scenario, it reasons about, it tells you what it's going to do, and it reasons about what's about to do. Now, the reason why this is so important is because of the long tail of driving. It's impossible for us to simply collect every single possible scenario for everything that could ever happen in every single country, in every single circumstance that's possibly ever going to happen for all the population. However, it's very likely that every scenario, if decomposed into a whole bunch of other smaller scenarios, are quite normal for you to understand. And so these long tails will be decomposed into quite normal circumstances that the car knows how to deal with. It just needs to reason about it. And so let's take a look. Everything you're about to see is one shot. It's no hands.
Routing to your destination. Buckle up.
We started working on self-driving cars 8 years ago. And the reason for that is because we reasoned early on that deep learning and artificial intelligence was going to reinvent the entire computing stack. And if we were ever going to understand how to navigate ourselves and how to guide the industry towards this new future, we have to get good at building the entire stack. Well, as I mentioned earlier, AI is a 5-layer cake. The lowest layer is land, power, and shell. In the case of robotics, the lowest layer is the car. The next layer above it is chips. GPUs, networking chips, CPUs, all that kind of stuff. The next layer above that is the infrastructure. That infrastructure, in this particular case, as I mentioned with physical AI, is Omniverse and Cosmos. And then above that are the models. And in the case of the models above that I've just shown you, the model here is called AlphaMayo. And AlphaMayo today is open source. This incredible body of work, it took several thousand people. Our AV team is several thousand people, just to put in perspective. Our partner, Ola, I think Ola's here in the audience somewhere, Mercedes, agreed to partner with us 5 years ago to go make all of this possible. We imagine that someday 1 billion cars on the road will all be autonomous. You could either have it be a robo-taxi that you're orchestrating and renting from somebody, or you could own it and it's driving by itself, or you could decide to drive for yourself. And so, but every single car will have autonomous vehicle capability. Every single car will be AI powered. And so the model layer in this case is AlphaMayo, and the application above that is the Mercedes-Benz. Okay, and so this entire stack is our first NVIDIA entire stack endeavor. And we've been working on it for this entire time. And I'm just so happy that the first AV car from NVIDIA is going to be on the road in Q1. And then it goes Europe in Q2, here in the United States in Q1, then Europe in Q2. And I think it's Asia in Q3 and Q4. And the powerful thing is that we're going to keep on updating it with next versions of AlphaMayo and versions after that. There's no question in my mind now that this is going to be one of the largest robotics industries. And I'm so happy that we worked on it. And it taught us an enormous amount about how to help the rest of the world build robotic systems. That deep understanding and knowing how to build it ourselves, building the entire infrastructure ourselves, and knowing what kind of chips a robotic system would need. In this particular case, dual Orins, the next generation dual Thors. These processors are designed for robotic systems and was designed for the highest level of safety capability. This car just got rated. It just went to production. The Mercedes-Benz CLA was just rated by NCAP, the world's safest car. It is the only system that I know that has every single line of code, the chip, the system, every line of code, safety certified. The entire model system is based on sensors are diverse and redundant, and so is the self-driving car stack. The AlphaMayo stack is trained end to end and has incredible skills. However, nobody knows until you drive it forever that it's going to be perfectly safe. And so the way we guardrail that is with another software stack, an entire AV stack underneath. That entire AV stack is built to be fully traceable. And it's taken us some 5 years to build that, some 6-7 years actually, to build that second stack. These two software stacks are mirroring each other. And then we have a policy and safety evaluator decide, is this something that I'm very confident and can reason about driving very safely? If so, I'm going to have AlphaMayo do it. If it's a circumstance that I'm not very confident in, and the safety policy evaluator decide that we're going to go back to a simpler, safer guardrail system, then it goes back to the classical AV stack. We're the only car in the world with both of these AV stacks running, and all safety systems should have diversity and redundancy. Well, our vision is that someday every single car, every single truck will be autonomous. And we've been working towards that future. This entire stack is vertically integrated, of course, in the case of Mercedes-Benz. We built the entire stack together. We're going to deploy the car. We're going to operate the stack. We're going to maintain the stack for as long as we shall live. However, like everything else we do as a company, we build the entire stack, but the entire stack is open for the ecosystem. And the ecosystem working with us to build L4 and robo-taxis is expanding and it's going everywhere. I fully expect this to be, well, this is already a giant business for us. It's a giant business for us because they use it for training data, processing data and training their models. They use it for synthetic data generation in some cases. In some companies, they pretty much just build the computers, the chips that are inside the car. And some companies work with us full stack. Some companies work with us some partial part of that. Okay, so it doesn't matter how much you decide to use. You know, my only request is use a little bit of video wherever you can, and but the entire thing is open. Now, this is going to be the first large-scale mainstream AI, physical AI market, and this is now, I think we can all agree, fully here. And this inflection point of going from not autonomous vehicles to autonomous vehicles is probably happening right about this time. In the next 10 years, I'm fairly certain a very, very large percentage of the world's cars will be autonomous or highly autonomous. But this basic technique that I just described in using the 3 computers, using the synthetic data generation and simulation applies to every form of robotic systems. It could be a robot that is just an articulator, a manipulator. Maybe it's a mobile robot. Maybe it's a fully humanoid robot. And so the next journey, the next era for robotic systems is going to be, robots. And these robots are going to come in all kinds of different sizes. And I invited some friends. Did they come? Hey guys, hurry up. I got a lot of stuff to cover. Come on, hurry. Did you tell R2D2 you're going to be here? Did you? And C3PO? Okay, all right, come here. Now one of the things that's really, you have Jetsons. They have little Jetson computers inside them. They're trained inside Omniverse. And how about this? Let's show everybody the simulator that you guys learned how to be robots in. You guys want to look at that? Okay, let's look at that. Run it, please. Isn't that amazing? That's how you learn to be a robot. You did it all inside Omniverse. And the robot simulator is called Isaac. Isaac Sim and Isaac Lab. And anybody who wants to build a robot, nobody's going to be as cute as you. But now we have look at all these friends that we have building robots. We're building big ones. No, but like I said, nobody's as cute as you guys are. But we have Neurobot and we have Agibot over there. We have LG over here. They just announced a new robot. Caterpillar, they've got the largest robots ever. That one delivers food to your house. That's connected to Uber Eats. And that's Surf Robot. I love those guys. Agility, Boston Dynamics. Incredible. You got surgical robots. You got manipulator robots from Franca. You got Universal Robotics robot. Incredible number of different robots. And so this is the next chapter. We're going to talk a lot more about robotics in the future. But it's not just about the robots in the end. I know everything's about you guys. It's about getting there. And one of the most important industries in the world that will be revolutionized by physical AI and AI physics is the industry that started all of us. At NVIDIA, it wouldn't be possible if not for the companies that I'm about to talk to. And I'm so happy that all of them, starting with Cadence, is going to accelerate everything Cadence. CUDA-X integrated into all of their simulations and solvers. They've got NVIDIA physical AIs that they're going to use for different physical plants and plant simulations. You got AI physics being integrated into these systems. So whether it's an EDA or SDA, and in the future robotic systems, we're going to have basically the same technology that made you guys possible. Now completely revolutionize these design stacks. Synopsys. Without Synopsys, Synopsys and Cadence are completely indispensable in the world of chip design. Synopsys is leads in logic design and IP. In the case of Cadence, they lead physical design, the place and route, and emulation and verification. Cadence is incredible at emulation and verification. Both of them are moving into the world of system design and system simulation. And so in the future, we're going to design your chips inside Cadence and inside Synopsys. We're going to design your systems and emulate the whole thing and simulate everything inside these tools. That's your future. We're going to you're going to be born inside these platforms. Pretty amazing, right? And so we're so happy that we're working with these industries. Just as we've integrated NVIDIA into Palantir and ServiceNow, we're integrating NVIDIA into the most computationally intensive simulation industries, Synopsys and Cadence. And today we're announcing that Siemens is also doing the same thing. We're going to integrate CUDA-X, physical AI, agentic AI, NeMo, Nemotron, deeply integrated into the world of Siemens. And the reason for that is this. First, we designed the chips, and all of it in the future will be accelerated by NVIDIA. You're going to be very happy about that. We're going to have agentic chip designers and system designers working with us, helping us do design, just as we have agentic software engineers helping our software engineers code today. And so we'll have agentic chip designers and system designers. We're going to create you inside this. But then we have to build you. We have to build the plants, the factories that manufacture you. We have to design the manufacturing lines that assemble all of you. And these manufacturing plants are going to be essentially gigantic robots. Incredible, isn't that right? I know. And so you're going to be designed in a computer. You're going to be made in a computer. You're going to be tested and evaluated in a computer long before you have to spend any time dealing with gravity. I know. Do you know how to deal with gravity? Can you jump? Can you jump? Okay, all right, don't show off. Okay, so now the industry that made NVIDIA possible. I'm just so happy that now the technology that we're creating is at a level of sophistication and capability that we can now help them revolutionize their industry. And so what started with them, we now have the opportunity to go back and help them revolutionize theirs. Let's take a look at the stuff that we're going to do with Siemens. Come on. Breakthroughs in physical AI are letting AI move from screens to our physical world. And just in time, as the world builds factories of every kind for chips, computers, life-saving drugs, and AI. As the global labor shortage worsens, we need automation powered by physical AI and robotics more than ever. This, where AI meets the world's largest physical industries, is the foundation of NVIDIA and Siemens partnership. For nearly 2 centuries, Siemens has built the world's industries. And now, it is reinventing it for the age of AI. Siemens is integrating NVIDIA CUDA-X libraries, AI models, and Omniverse into its portfolio of EDA, CAE, and digital twin tools and platforms. Together, we're bringing physical AI to the full industrial lifecycle. From design and simulation to production and operations. We stand at the beginning of a new industrial revolution, the age of physical AI, built by NVIDIA and Siemens for the next age of industries. Incredible, right, guys? What do you think? All right, I'll hang on tight. Just hang on tight. And so this is, if you look at the world's models, there's no question OpenAI is the leading token generator today. More OpenAI tokens are generated than just about anything else. The second largest is probably open models. And my guess is that over time, because there are so many companies, so many researchers, so many different types of domains and modalities, that open source models will be by far the largest. Let's talk about somebody really special. You guys want to do that? Let's talk about Vera Rubin. Vera Rubin, yeah, go ahead. She's an American astronomer. She was the first to observe. She noticed that the tails of the galaxies were moving about as fast as the center of the galaxies. Well, I know it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Newtonian physics would say, just like the solar system, the planets further away from the sun is circling the sun slower than the planets closer to the sun. And therefore, it makes no sense that this happens unless there's invisible bodies, we call them, she discovered dark matter, that occupy space even though we don't see it. And so Vera Rubin is the person that we named our next computer after. Isn't that a good idea? I know. Okay, Vera Rubin is designed to address this fundamental challenge that we have. The amount of computation necessary for AI is skyrocketing. The demand for NVIDIA GPUs is skyrocketing. It's skyrocketing because models are increasing by a factor of 10, an order of a magnitude every single year. And not to mention, as I mentioned, O1's introduction was an inflection point for AI. Instead of a one-shot answer, inference is now a thinking process. And in order to teach the AI how to think, reinforcement learning and very significant computation was introduced into post-training. It's no longer supervised fine-tuning, or otherwise known as imitation learning or supervision training. You now have reinforcement learning, essentially the computer trying different iterations itself, learning how to perform a task. The amount of computation for pre-training, for post-training, for test time scaling has exploded as a result of that. And now every single inference that we do, instead of just one shot, the number of tokens, you can just see the AIs think, which we appreciate. The longer it thinks, oftentimes it produces a better answer. And so test time scaling causes the number of tokens to be generated increase by 5x every single year. Not to mention, meanwhile, the race is on for AI. Everybody's trying to get to the next level. Everybody's trying to get to the next frontier. And every time they get to the next frontier, the last generation AI tokens, the cost starts to decline, about a factor of 10x every year. The 10x decline every year is actually telling you something different. It's saying that the race is so intense. Everybody's trying to get to the next level, and somebody is getting to the next level. And so therefore, all of it is a computing problem. The faster you compute, the sooner you can get to the next level of the next frontier. All of these things are simultaneously happening at the same time. And so we decided that we had to advance the state of the art of computation every single year, not 1 year left behind. And now we've been shipping GB200s a year and a half ago. Right now we're in full scale manufacturing of GB300. And if Vera Rubin is going to be in time for this year, it must be in production by now. And so today I can tell you that Vera Rubin is in full production. You guys want to take a look at Vera Rubin? All right, come on. Play it, please. Vera Rubin arrives just in time for the next frontier of AI. This is the story of how we built it. The architecture, a system of 6 chips, engineered to work as one, born from extreme co-design. It begins with Vera, a custom-designed CPU, double the performance of the previous generation, and the Rubin GPU. Vera and Rubin are co-designed from the start to bidirectionally and coherently share data faster and with lower latency. Then, 17,000 components come together on a Vera Rubin compute board. High-speed robots place components with micron precision before the Vera CPU and 2 Rubin GPUs complete the assembly. Capable of delivering 100 petaflops of AI, 5 times that of its predecessor. AI needs data, fast. Connect X9 delivers 1.6 terabits per second of scale-out bandwidth to each GPU. Bluefield 4 DPU offloads storage and security, so compute stays fully focused on AI. The Vera Rubin compute tray, completely redesigned with no cables, hoses, or fans, featuring a Bluefield 4 DPU, 8 Connect X9 NICs, 2 Vera CPUs, and 4 Rubin GPUs. The compute building block of the Vera Rubin AI supercomputer. Next, the 6th generation NVLink switch. Moving more data than the global internet, connecting 18 compute nodes, scaling up to 72 Rubin GPUs, operating as one. Then, Spectrum X Ethernet Photonics. The world's first Ethernet switch with 512 lanes and 200 gigabit capable co-packaged optics scale out thousands of racks into an AI factory. 15,000 engineer years since design began, the first Vera Rubin NVL72 rack comes online. 6 breakthrough chips, 18 compute trays, 9 NVLink switch trays, 220 trillion transistors, weighing nearly 2 tons. One giant leap to the next frontier of AI. Rubin is here. What do you guys think? This is a Rubin pod, 1,152 GPUs and 16 racks. Each one of the racks, as you know, has 72 Vera Rubin, or 72 Rubins. Each one of the Rubins is 2 actual GPU dies connected together. I'm going to show it to you. But there are several things that, well, I'll tell you later. I can't tell you everything right away. Well, we designed 6 different chips. First of all, we have a rule inside our company, and it's a good rule. No new generation should have more than 1 or 2 chips change. But the problem is this. As you can see, we were describing the total number of transistors in each one of the chips that were being described, and we know that Moore's law has largely slowed. And so the number of transistors we can get year after year after year can't possibly keep up with the 10 times larger models. It can't possibly keep up with 5 times per year more tokens generated. It can't possibly keep up with the fact that cost decline of the tokens are going to be so aggressive. It is impossible to keep up with those kind of rates if for the industry to continue to advance unless we deploy aggressive, extreme co-design, basically innovating across all of the chips, across the entire stack, all at the same time, which is the reason why we decided that this generation, we had no choice but to design every chip over again. Now, every single chip that we were describing just now can be a press conference in all in itself. And there's an entire company who's probably dedicated to doing that back in the old days. Each one of them are completely revolutionary and the best of its kind. The Vera CPU, I'm so proud of it. In a power-constrained world, Grace CPU is 2 times the performance. In a power-constrained world, it's twice the performance per watt of the world's most advanced CPUs. Its data rate is insane. It was designed to process supercomputers. And Vera was an incredible GPU. Grace was an incredible GPU. Now Vera increases the single-threaded performance, increases the capacity of the memory, increases everything just dramatically. It's a giant chip. This is the Vera CPU. This is one CPU. And this is connected to the Rubin GPU. Look at that thing. It's a giant chip. Now, the thing that's really special, and I'll go through these. It's going to take 3 hands, I think, 4 hands to do this. Okay, so this is the Vera CPU. It's got 88 CPU cores, and the CPU cores are designed to be multi-threaded. But the multi-threaded nature of Vera was designed so that each one of the 176 threads could get its full performance. So it's essentially as if there's 176 cores, but only 88 physical cores. So these cores were designed in using a technology called spatial multi-threading. But the I/O performance is incredible. This is the Rubin GPU. It's 5x Blackwell in floating performance. But the important thing is go to the bottom line. The bottom line, it's only 1.6 times the number of transistors of Blackwell. That kind of tells you something about the levels of semiconductor physics today. If we don't do co-design, if we don't do extreme co-design at the level of basically every single chip across the entire system, how is it possible we deliver performance levels that is, at best 1.6 times each year? Because that's the total number of transistors you have. And even if you were to have a little bit more performance per transistor, say 25%, it's impossible to get 100% yield out of the number of transistors you get. And so 1.6x kind of puts a ceiling on how far performance can go each year unless you do something extreme. And we call it extreme co-design. Well, one of the things that we did, and it was a great invention, is called NVFP4 tensor core. The transformer engine inside our chip is not just a 4-bit floating point number somehow that we put into the data path. It is an entire processor, a processing unit that understands how to dynamically, adaptively adjust its precision and structure to deal with different levels of the transformer so that you can achieve higher throughput wherever it's possible to lose precision and to go back to the highest possible precision wherever you need to. That ability to dynamically do that, you can't do this in software because obviously it's just running too fast. And so you have to be able to do it adaptively inside the processor. That's what an NVFP4 is. When somebody says FP4 or FP8, it almost means nothing to us. And the reason for that is because it's the tensor core structure and all of the algorithms that makes it work. NVFP4, we've published papers on this already. The precision, the level of throughput and precision is able to retain is completely incredible. This is groundbreaking work. I would not be surprised if the industry would like us to make this format and this structure an industry standard in the future. This is completely revolutionary. This is how we were able to deliver such a gigantic step up in performance, even though we only have 1.6 times the number of transistors. Okay, so this is, and now once you have a great processing node, and this is the processor node, and inside, so this is for example, here, let me do this. This is, wow, it's super heavy. You have to be a CEO in really good shape to do this job. Okay, all right. So this thing is, I'm gonna guess, this is probably, I don't know, a couple of 100 pounds. I thought that was funny too. Come on, it could have been. Everybody's gone, no, I don't think so. All right, so look at this. This is the last one. We revolutionized the entire NGX chassis. This node, 43 cables, 0 cables, 6 tubes, just 2 of them here. It takes 2 hours to assemble this. If you're lucky, it takes 2 hours. And of course, you're probably going to assemble it wrong. You're going to have to retest it, test it, reassemble it. So the assembly process is incredibly complicated. And it was understandable as one of our first supercomputers that's deconstructed in this way. This, from 2 hours to 5 minutes. 80% liquid cooled, 100% liquid cooled. Yeah, really, really a breakthrough. Okay, so this is the new compute chassis, and what connects all of these to the top of rack switches, the east-west traffic, is called the Spectrum X NIC. This is the world's best NIC, unquestionably NVIDIA's Mellanox, the acquisition Mellanox that joined us a long time ago now. Their networking technology for high-performance computing is the world's best, bar none. The algorithms, the chip design, all of the interconnects, all the software stacks that run on top of it, their RDMA, absolutely, bar none, the world's best. And now it has the ability to do programmable RDMA and data path accelerator so that our partners like AI Labs could create their own algorithms for how they want to move data around the system. But this is completely world-class, ConnectX. ConnectX 9 and the Vera CPU were co-designed. And we never revealed it, never released it until CX9 came along, because we co-designed it for a new type of processor. You know, ConnectX 9, or CX8 and Spectrum X revolutionized how Ethernet was done for artificial intelligence. Ethernet traffic for AI is much more intense, requires much lower latency. The instantaneous surge of traffic is unlike anything Ethernet sees. And so we created Spectrum X, which is AI Ethernet. 2 years ago, we announced Spectrum X. NVIDIA today is the largest networking company the world has ever seen. So it's been so successful and used in so many different installations. It is just sweeping the AI landscape. The performance is incredible, especially when you have a 200 megawatt data center, or if you have a gigawatt data center. These are billions of dollars. Let's say a gigawatt data center is $50 billion. If the networking performance allows you to deliver an extra 10%, in the case of Spectrum X, delivering 25% higher throughput is not uncommon. If we were to just deliver 10%, that's worth $5 billion. The networking is completely free, which is the reason why, well, everybody uses Spectrum X. It's just an incredible thing. And now we're going to invent a new type of data processing. And so Spectrum X is for east-west traffic. We now have a new processor called Bluefield 4. Bluefield 4 allows us to take a very large data center, isolate different parts of it so that different users could use different parts of it, make sure that everything could be virtualized if they decide to be virtualized. So you offload a lot of the virtualization software, the security software, the networking software for your north-south traffic. And so Bluefield 4 comes standard with every single one of these compute nodes. Bluefield 4 has a second application I'm going to talk about in just a second. This is a revolutionary processor, and I'm so excited about it. This is the NVLink 6 switch, and it's right here. This switch chip. There are 4 of them inside the NVLink switch here. Each one of these switch chips has the fastest SerDes in history. The world is barely getting to 200 gigabits. This is 400 gigabits per second switch. The reason why this is so important is so that we could have every single GPU talk to every other GPU at exactly the same time. This switch on the backplane of one of these racks enables us to move the equivalent of twice the amount of the global internet data. All of the world's internet data at twice the speed. You take the cross-sectional bandwidth of the entire planet's internet. It's about 100 terabytes per second. This is 240 terabytes per second. So it kind of puts it in perspective. This is so that every single GPU can work with every single other GPU at exactly the same time. Okay, then on top of that, okay, so this is one rack. This is one rack. Each one of the racks, as you can see, the number of transistors in this one rack is 1.7 times. Yeah, could you do this for me? So this is, it's usually about 2 tons, but today is 2.5 tons because when they shipped it, they forgot to drain the water out of it. So we shipped a lot of water from California. Can you hear it squealing? You know, when you're rotating 2.5 tons, you're going to squeal a little. Oh, you could do it. Wow. Okay, we won't make you do that twice. All right, so behind this are the NVLink spines. Basically 2 miles of copper cables. Copper is the best conductor we know. And these are all shielded copper cables, structured copper cables, the most the world's ever used in computing systems ever. And our SerDes drive the copper cables from the top of the rack all the way to the bottom of the rack at 400 gigabits per second. It's incredible. And so this has 2 miles of total copper cables, 5,000 copper cables, and this makes the NVLink spine possible. This is the revolution that really started the NGX system. Now we decided that we would create an industry standard system so that the entire ecosystem, all of our supply chain, could standardize on these components. There are some 80,000 different components that make up these NGX systems, and it's a total waste if we were to change it every single year. Every single major computer company, from Foxconn to Quanta to Wistron, you know, the list goes on and on and on, to HP and Dell and Lenovo, everybody knows how to build these systems. And so the fact that we could squeeze Vera Rubin into this, even though the performance is so much higher, and very importantly, the power is twice as high. The power of Vera Rubin is twice as high as Grace Blackwell. And yet, and this is the miracle, the air that goes into it, the air flow is about the same. And very importantly, the water that goes into it is the same temperature, 45 degrees C. With 45 degrees C, no water chillers are necessary for data centers. We're basically cooling this supercomputer with hot water. It is so incredibly efficient. And so this is the new rack. 1.7 times more transistors, but 5 times more peak inference performance, 3.5 times more peak training performance. Okay? They're connected on top using Spectrum-X. Oh, thank you. This is the world's first manufacturing chip using TSMC's new process that we co-innovated called COUP. It's a integrated silicon photonics process technology. And this allows us to take silicon photonics directly right to the chip. And this is 512 ports at 200 gigabits per second. And this is the new Ethernet AI switch, the Spectrum-X Ethernet switch. And look at this giant chip. But what's really amazing is it's got silicon photonics directly connected to it. And lasers come in. Lasers come in through here. Lasers come in through here. The optics are here, and they connect out to the rest of the data center. This I'll show you in a second, but this is on top of the rack. And this is the new Spectrum-X silicon photonics switch. Okay? And we have something new I want to tell you about. So just as I mentioned, a couple of years ago, we introduced Spectrum-X so that we could reinvent the way that networking is done. Ethernet is really easy to manage, and everybody has an Ethernet stack, and every data center in the world knows how to deal with Ethernet. And the only thing that we were using at the time was called InfiniBand, which is used for supercomputers. InfiniBand is very low latency, but of course the software stack, the entire manageability of InfiniBand is very alien to the people who use Ethernet. So we decided to enter the Ethernet switch market for the very first time. Spectrum X, that just took off, and it made us the largest networking company in the world, as I mentioned. This next generation Spectrum X is going to carry on that tradition. But just as I said earlier, AI has reinvented the whole computing stack. Every layer of the computing stack, it stands to reason that when AI starts to get deployed in the world's enterprises, it's going to also reinvent the way storage is done. Well, AI doesn't use SQL, AI uses semantics information. And when AI is being used, it creates this temporary knowledge, temporary memory called KV cache. Key value combinations, but it's a KV cache, basically the cache of the AI, the working memory of the AI. And the working memory of the AI is stored in the HBM memory. Every single token, for every single token, the GPU reads in the model, the entire model. It reads in the entire working memory, and it produces one token. And it stores that one token back into the KV cache. And then the next time it does that, it reads in the entire memory, reads it, and it streams it through our GPU, and then generates another token. Well, it does this repeatedly, token after token after token, and obviously, if you have a conversation with that AI, over time, that memory, that context memory is going to grow tremendously. Not to mention the models are growing, the number of turns that we're using the AIs are increasing. We would like to have this AI stay with us our entire life and remember every single conversation we've ever had with it, right? Every single lick of research that I've asked it for. Of course, the number of people that will be sharing the supercomputer is going to continue to grow. And so this context memory, which started out fitting inside an HBM, is no longer large enough. Last year, we created Grace Blackwell's very fast memory, we call fast context memory. That's the reason why we connected Grace directly to Hopper. That's Grace directly to Blackwell, so they can expand the context memory. But even that is not enough. And so the next solution, of course, is to go off onto the network, the north-south network, off to the storage of the company. But if you have a whole lot of AIs running at the same time, that network is no longer going to be fast enough. So the answer is very clearly to do it different. And so we created Bluefield 4 so that we could essentially have a very fast KV cache context memory store right in the rack. And so I'll show you in just 1 second, but there's a whole new category of storage systems. And the industry is so excited because this is a pain point for just about everybody who does a lot of token generation today. The AI labs, the cloud service providers, they're really suffering from the amount of network traffic that's being caused by KV cache moving around. And so the idea that we would create a new platform, a new processor to run the entire Dynamo KV cache context memory management system and to put it very close to the rest of the rack is completely revolutionary. So this is it. It sits right here. So this is all the compute nodes. Each one of these is NVLink 72. So this is Vera Rubin NVLink 72, 144 Rubin GPUs. This is the context memory that's stored here. Behind each one of these are 4 blue fields. Behind each blue field is 150 terabytes of memory, context memory. And for each GPU, once you allocate it across, each GPU will get an additional 16 terabytes. Now, inside this node, each GPU essentially has 1 terabyte. And now, with this backing store here, directly on the same east-west traffic, at exactly the same data rate, 200 gigabits per second, across literally the entire fabric of this compute node, you're going to get an additional 16 terabytes of memory, okay? And this is the management plane. These are the Spectrum X switches. that connects all of them together. And over here, these switches at the end connects them to the rest of the data center. Okay? And so this is the Vera Rubin. Now there's several things that's really incredible about it. So the first thing that I mentioned is that this entire system is twice the energy efficiency, essentially the twice the temperature performance, in the sense that even though the power is twice as high, the amount of energy used is twice as high, the amount of computation is many times higher than that, but the liquid that goes into it is still 45 degrees C. That enables us to save about 6% of the world's data center power. So that's a very big deal. The second very big deal is that this entire system is now confidential computing safe, meaning everything is encoded in transit, at rest, and during compute. And every single bus is now encrypted. Every PCI Express, every NVLink, every NVLink between CPU and GPU, between GPU to GPU, everything is now encrypted. And so it's confidential computing safe. This allows companies to feel safe that their models are being deployed by somebody else, but it will never be seen by anybody else. Okay? And so this particular system is not only incredibly energy efficient, and there's one other thing that's incredible. Because of the nature of the workload of AI, it spikes instantaneously with this computation layer called all-reduce. The amount of current, the amount of energy that is used simultaneously is really off the charts. Oftentimes it'll spike up 25%. We now have power smoothing across the entire system so that you don't have to over provision by 25 times, or if you over provision by 25 times, you don't have to leave 25 times, 25%, not 25 times, 25% of the energy squandered or unused. And so now you could fill up the entire power budget, and you don't have to provision beyond that. And then the last thing, of course, is performance. So let's take a look at the performance of this. These are only charts that people who build AI supercomputers would love. It took every single one of these chips, complete redesign of every single one of the systems, and rewriting the entire stack for us to make this possible. Basically, this is training the AI model, this first column. The faster you train AI models, the faster you can get the next frontier out to the world. This is your time to market. This is technology leadership. This is your pricing power. And so in the case of the green, this is essentially a 10 trillion parameter model. We scaled it up from DeepSeek, that's why we call it DeepSeek++. A training a 10 trillion parameter model on 100 trillion tokens. Okay, and this is our simulation projection of what it would take for us to build the next frontier model. The next frontier model, Elon's already mentioned that the next version of Grok 5, I think, is 7 trillion parameters. So this is 10. And in the green is Blackwell. And here, in the case of Rubin, notice the throughput is so much higher, and therefore it only takes 1/4 as many of these systems in order to train the model in the time that we gave it here, which is 1 month. Okay, and so time is the same for everybody. Now, how fast you can train that model and how large of a model you can train is how you're going to get to the frontier first. The second part is your factory throughput. Blackwell is green again, and factory throughput is important because your factory is, in the case of a gigawatt, is $50 billion. A $50 billion data center can only consume 1 gigawatt of power. And so if your performance, your throughput per watt is very good versus quite poor, that directly translates to your revenues. Your revenues of your data center is directly related to the second column. And in the case of Blackwell, it was about 10 times over Hopper. In the case of Rubin, it's going to be about 10 times higher again. Okay, and in the case of now the cost of the tokens, how cost effectively it is to generate the token, this is Rubin, about 1/10, just as in the case of, yep. So this is how we're going to get everybody to the next frontier, to push AI to the next level, and of course, to build these data centers energy efficiently and cost efficiently. So this is it. This is NVIDIA today. You know, we mentioned that we build chips, but as you know, NVIDIA builds entire systems now, and AI is a full stack. We're reinventing AI across everything from chips to infrastructure to models to applications. And our job is to create the entire stack so that all of you could create incredible applications for the rest of the world. Thank you all for coming. Have a great CES. Now, before I let you guys go, there were a whole bunch of slides we had to leave on the cutting floor, and so we have some outtakes here. I think it'll be fun for you. Have a great CES, guys.
All right, that's Ward's video. That's Ward's video. I guess my reaction, thank you, Clay, very much for your 20 smackers. 1999, are you out of your mind? And PJ, I will try to go to that. I think I have a doctor's appointment, but I'll switch it. Sorry, Steve, I didn't know that. I thought your cost basis was lower. That's still my opinion, that's a great cost basis. But right now, everyone's focused on a price that has been manipulated, walked downward. And there's no research or no trading desk, no, I hate that word, organic demand. There's no demand out of Canada from research, from retail or institutions. But, you know, Ward Richardson, I've noticed that Almost Legend has not been on here lately. I know. I don't know what happened. I seem to have this effect on people. They like me for a while, and then they they don't. I would guess that my projections were always wrong. So at some time you have to call, you know, manure on what I'm saying, because I'm wrong over and over and over and over and over again. And I guess you finally give up. That's what frustrates me, and that's what sometimes I get so upset, agitated. Is it's really effective what these guys do. They drive the price down. Everyone's in their head. Oh, I shouldn't have invested in over the counter. Oh, I knew it was bad. I deserve it. Oh, shorting is cleansing for the, they don't do it. Anyway, everybody's got it. The excuse is already pre-built. And the steal just continues, and it really frustrates me. I hope he didn't sell his stock, but he may have. If I were in his shoes, and I sold my stock, I'd probably just not pay attention to it again. I just write it off and move on. But maybe he's traveling. Maybe, I don't know what happened, but I think about him and other people that have come and gone, and it's amazing that so much rides on the short-term movement in a stock. And that's one of the things that this is not a hot money stock. and it shouldn't be. But my own view is, although I have no money to take advantage of it, this decline, which has been painful, is giving an opportunity, which is incredible. A year ago, this stock was 10 cents higher, or 12 cents higher. You didn't know about AIP then? You didn't know about TELUS then? They hadn't signed the deal with Uniserve, which is real. They hadn't closed the deal with AIP without issuing an unfathomable amount of additional shares. You didn't know they wouldn't do toxic financing. They haven't. I think the AI story has gotten stronger. And, one of my reactions listening to this, I don't see why NVIDIA ever goes down. But there's got to be competition. The Soviets have to be trying to catch up. The Chinese are probably stealing as much as they can. They have all the robots, and they have brain power. So it occurs to me, NVIDIA is going to have some competition. Maybe AMD or Intel or whatever. But what also occurs to me when you listen to this, did you hear what he said? You want them to, these, and I agree with the last guy's comment. It's kind of a jerky comment, but it's just pattern recognition. I don't think there's any thinking going on. And then they say that that's what we do. I'm not sure about that, but anyway, that's a whole different conversation that, filled up a lot of French cafes with disgruntled, smelly men smoking jeton and, asking for another, I don't know how to say, asking for another wine. Or maybe absinthe. Anyway, he said, you want to get these computers doing all this so-called thinking, communicating, and they create the connection so they can all talk to each other at once, whatever those terms were. But then he said, you want them to remember everything. So it just seems like the market gets bigger and bigger and bigger, just keeps getting bigger. I do wonder, where does Railtown fit? It sounds like NVIDIA is creating some of the stuff that Railtown does, and maybe Ward knows a better answer than I do. On the other hand, NVIDIA, he sort of described the stack's the wrong word, but the compute power is down here, then it's the large language models, and then they're making some of these things up here. They're opening it up to everyone. But I just wonder how Railtown fits in NVIDIA's own things they're making. They can put 1,000 engineers at work for 10 years. That's why I think Railtown won't be a unicorn. They'll be sold, because they can't keep up with that kind of power. So sell and let. But Railtown does have the IP on what they do, but I've never really believed that that's as powerful as people think. The other thing is, and I think I read somewhere, I think I know the answer, but if the NVIDIA chips are now, whatever he said, 10 times less expensive and I don't know, some massive number cheaper to run, and they have 10 times or whatever he said a greater power. I hope the NVIDIA chips, the Blackwells or whatever that are in the Telus data center aren't that far behind. But I think I know the answer. But I don't know for sure. I think I read that their contract with NVIDIA is they always are upgraded to the current model, but I don't know. That's just a question I would have. I hope I hope Telus's data center hasn't already become outdated. Well, I'm not, thank you for your comment. I'm not going to read it because you're complimenting me. I don't want to, but I do appreciate that you said it. Ward Richardson, this just in, Musk's XAI closed 20 billion. Wow. With NVIDIA backing. So he bought it for 40 billion, or was it 80 billion? 40 billion? 60 billion? I can't remember what he bought it for. But now he gets funding. So I don't know how to look at that. It accelerates his investment at least. I wonder what value they put on it. Now let's see. See that? Dow and S&P hit highs and record-setting start to the year. Dow once again with the 50,000 level now in sight. I projected 65,000. Well, I started with 55, but then I bumped it up to 65. And I think now David Hunter is at 65. I'll see. Data center cooling stocks sink after NVIDIA CEO talks. Here's an AI stock to hold according to Motley Fool, IREN. I don't know what price IREN is. They saved the punchline for last. What's it trading for? They don't ever put the price in the article. So anyway, I have no idea. But I bet it, they might have an idea. It's clear that AI probably belongs in everybody's portfolio and however you do it. Bosch is going to invest 2.9 billion in AI. All of these investments need a data center, and on top of that data center, in some percentage, is Railtown, maybe. I don't see this Musk. All right, I'll Google Elon Musk. Has a 14th child by a 15th woman. Elon Musk AI said it raised 20 billion in new funding, and it values the artificial intelligence. Oh, this is XAI. This is an X. This is an X, I see. But it values the XAI startup at 230 billion. See that, you got to wonder, what's he going to do? Is he going to create Rail Engine as part of what he's developing for his self-driving cars? That's the thing about technology. You got to keep up with the accelerating competition. And I guess my reaction is that Railtown's ready to go. They're going to start earning revenue right away, which would hire a lot of engineers. But also, you don't have a CEO that's going to hold on forever, and never sell. He will sell. Well, he has to put a shareholder vote. And then that's why I think a company like Microsoft, maybe NVIDIA, maybe Elon Musk will buy it, because they have all this capital and brain power, that resources they can bring to really claiming the beachhead and then driving inland. All right. I appreciate your comments, QTD, but I'm not going to read them. Steve, anyone else think it's taboo rooting for AI when it seems like it's the end of everything normal? Yeah, I can only imagine. What I was thinking about, there's a lot of discussion that men built the world, and women are interested in the jobs. Not all women, they do a lot of other jobs too, but they're not interested in the backbreaking jobs. There are, I guess, cleaning hotels and stuff like that's backbreaking. But I mean things like chopping down trees, or digging ditches, or even this thing that's a standard for men is war. And just listening to that, nobody's going to have to do those things anymore. Machines will do them. Robots will do them. It's a big change. It's I agree with that idea, Steve. Ward Richardson, well, William, investing's not for everyone. No, and it's I was in the market. Sometimes I just wonder why I ever left. But I thought I was doing something. Anyway, you can't unring bells. But I was in the boardroom when the Dow crossed 1,000, 1,000, and it's now approaching 50,000. Of course, it's 35 years, but man, no, it's not. It's probably 40 years ago, 40 some years ago. But still, if you just sat at your desk with your book of clients and just held but didn't do anything, just went out drinking at lunch, your book would be worth, and your income would be worth whatever that is. Is that 5,000 times? It's pretty high. Little Squire, higher highs and new lower. That doesn't make any sense. Are you talking, you think Railtown is going to be like a yo-yo? It's going to go to higher highs and lower lows? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. You must mean what you're saying is higher highs and higher lows. That's what you must mean. And I would agree that that's coming. ImageNet. All right. Well, it's 6 o'clock. I don't know. I could go longer, but I can save some of this that I was going to go through for later. Yeah, I agree with you, Ward. I hope he's well. There's other people I hope are well too. Let's see what's happening in Venezuela. No. We aren't going to be talking about Venezuela much longer. We're going to be talking about Greenland. I don't see much in the news department. Well, White House says U.S. military among the range of options to acquire Greenland. Abortion bans are unconstitutional. I guess we'll need robots. All right. Yeah, I'll read your. I'll look for your email. I can't do it while I'm live. But all right, I'll leave it there. It's 6 o'clock. Thanks for tuning in. I think it's exciting. I think AI broadly is like this brave new expanding world, and I think I'd be a little nervous of all the competition in terms of proving that the technology works. And I suppose there's still one bit of execution risk, which you've got the NVIDIA data center, you've got the 2 or 3 companies using it already. So I think the data center's ready to go. Going back to that gentleman's point, I think it was Eric, that maybe they're holding back on everything. They may be focusing all their resources on test running and making sure that Railtown performs when they flip the switch. So that could be a reason why the company's whole focus might be, maybe, I'm just guessing, but maybe it's now Railtown's turn to put it through the paces at the data center, make sure it works, so that you've got from I forget when the data center was finished. I think it was May, but from let's say May or June, they've been running the NVIDIA chips through the paces, checking out if it overheats, making sure the electricity works and all the hookups are working. Then they had 3 companies, I've read them to you. One's a medical one, one's a, anyway, they're in the news, that are running through the Thales data center, I guess making sure it works. I don't know who they're going to choose for the large language model, but if they stay Canadian, if therefore it's Cohere, maybe Cohere's been testing their large language models through the end of the year, and maybe now it's Railtown's turn to go through. I don't know, maybe, who knows? Maybe they started in, when was the whole thing announced? In October? Maybe they started in October or November, and they've been making sure that the Railtown suite of offerings is in sync, does work, and will ramp as soon as they turn on the data center. That could be. It's just a assumption, putting different things and thoughts together. So maybe that's what's going on right now. Who knows? Anyway, thank you for tuning in. I'm going to go try to get some things done, and I'm trying to make a effort, as I suggested to each of you, that anybody can do anything for 90 days. So I'm going to try to be in there until this stock carries its own weight, and then you won't really need me anymore. But I don't want you shaken out. Some people may have. There's people upset with me, and I get it because I was wrong. But that doesn't change. Being wrong for 6 months or a year doesn't change what's coming in the AI space, and then the tools needed to make that work. Imagine spending all that money on a data center and those chips and all those things that he was showing, but your agentic tools that are the interface from the user into all that stuff that he's describing is clunky and doesn't work, and it's not up to speed and doesn't handle real-time data flows like Rail Engine. Just imagine, you gotta be there. And I think it's self-learning. They started 6 years ago. They spent 2.5 years on Rail Engine, I think 2 years on Conductor. I think these are robust. I hate that word, but I think these are very strong offerings which will stand the tests and are ahead of everyone. But I guess this will be my last point. When you watch something like this video, just how much money NVIDIA can put to it, and now XAI, just how much money they can raise. They can throw the world at these problems. So it just further buttresses my view that Railtown is going to be sold, because it'll be risky to try to go as a unicorn. I don't think they can raise that kind of money and put those kind of resources at the problem. So the best thing, sell it. And that's what I think is going to happen. So anyway, I wish everyone well. We'll talk tomorrow.